United Nations Community presents FORSEA, ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 organized by De La Salle University's first International Central Committee, in partnership with Southeast Asia Global Affairs Network, co-hosted by ASEAN Youth Advocates Network. De La Salle University, through the De La Salle Model United Nations Community, presents FORSEA, ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 organized by De La Salle University's first International Central Committee, in partnership with Southeast Asia Global Affairs Network, co-hosted by ASEAN Youth Advocates Network. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 features Workforce Singapore. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would like to thank the following sponsors. Our co-presenter, Deloitte. Make an impact that matters. Super Cheetah. And Dev Curate. Our major sponsors. Launch Garage Innovation Hub. Startup Acceleration by Founders for Founders. Philippine Digital Asset Exchange Incorporated. Garma Farm Incorporated, keeping it natural. CodeGo. Ahead Learning Systems Incorporated. Thrive Project, measuring what matters most. Global Millennial Group, be borderless. And Dream Action, integrated AI-powered human capital solutions for predictive self-assessments and recruitment solutions. Our diamond sponsor, Workbank. Let's invest in you. Our platinum sponsors, Caronia. And Morning Clothing. Our emerald sponsor, Gardenia. Zalora Philippines. And Salties, your printing partner since 2011. This event is also powered by Keen Studios. And brought to you by Wicked Candles. We would also like to thank our media sponsors, Business World's Spark, U.ph, Tech Kuya, and Astig.ph. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would also not be possible with our partners. Our Ruby partner, European Studies Association. Our gold partners, CPU College of Arts and Science Provincial Council, Qualified.ph, Filipinos Career Accelerator, Sanbeta Junior Marketing Association. Bida Juan PH, UNSW ASEAN Society, Transcend, Inglicom, LaSallian Youth Orchestra, Management of Financial Institutions Association, Student Catholic Action, DLSU, Online SDG Youth Action Forum, DLSU Chorale, Humanitarian Legal Assistance Foundation, and DLSU Office of Career and Counseling Services. Our silver partners, Bicol University Order of the Blue Feather Society, Model United Nations UP Diliman, Bicol University United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization Club, Kilos Co Youth, Ateneo Project for Asian and International Relations, and Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers de La Salle University, Dasmariñas Student Chapter. Our bronze partners, DLSU IS History Club, UST Industrial Engineering Circle, Animo Model United Nation, De La Salle University, Dasmariñas College of Engineering, Architecture and Technology Student Government, and FAST 2020. UPLB College of Arts and Science Student Council, UP Business Management Society, De La Salle University Dasmariñas College of Liberal Arts and Communication Student Government, University of Asia and Pacific Local, UPLB College of Arts and Science Freshman Council, Paglikab Project, the Ateneo Assembly, Charisma Movement, Polytechnic University of the Philippines International Studies Executive Consortium, Kabataang Voluntario, and Physics Society Adamson University.
Global Millennial Group hadir untuk membantu kalian. Membantu kalian yang merasa bahwa sekolah, kuliah, pendidikan formal nggak pernah cukup bagi kalian. Kami menyediakan platform-platform di mana kalian bisa bertemu dengan orang-orang yang sama, konferensi, summit, competition, kelas-kelas soft skill, dan lain sebagainya. We are a one-stop soft development solution. Contohnya Global Millennial MUN. Di sana kalian bisa belajar negosiasi, diplomasi, bertemu orang dari seluruh penjuru dunia. Wonder Voices, kalau kalian ingin fokus untuk memperkuat public speaking kalian. Indonesian SDG Summit, ketika kalian diminta untuk melihat dunia lebih dalam bahwa kita sedang tidak baik-baik saja dan memberikan solusi kalian. Atau di Global Indonesia, ketika kalian ingin menggebrak batas diri kalian dan menjadi pemuda yang go internasional.
I'm FORSEA and I have been a student of Wonder Voice Speech School.
Hi, this is Maika Arora.
Hello everyone, my name is Jocelyn and I participated in the GMMUN.
I'm Nika Villanueva, a country ambassador of Global Millennial Group for the Philippines.
Hi everyone, my name is Nidafar. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Tajikistan.
I'm not gonna lie to you, my experience at Wonder Voice has been one of the best experiences of my life.
I found some really great connections here. I got the chance to lead a global team and conduct events internationally.
And from that previous conference I joined, I gained so many friends. They were all funny and nice, and it also helps my public speaking skills.
It is a journey combined of challenges and experiences that will make you put a check off your bucket list.
During my internship, I gained a lot of valuable skills and experience. It was my greatest pleasure to work with high-motivated Indonesian youth with diverse background and mindset.
Masih banyak lagi yang bisa kalian tutup. Solusinya sudah ada. Sekarang, pertanyaannya adalah diri kalian. Kalian tidak perlu untuk menunggu menjadi orang paling pintar, paling cerdas, paling hebat. Tidak. Zig Ziglar, seorang penulis Amerika, pernah berkata, "You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great." Kalianlah yang harus mulai and make yourself borderless.
This is the story of Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make a big decision, choosing a major. But which one? Should she be a graphic designer? An accountant? You know what? She decides to find out for sure what she really loves doing. Right, here we go. So, from her personality and interests, her dream job is to be a developer. Ah, that's right. That's where her passion really is. Now it's clear what she should study. Computer science. So, she sends her uni application, confident in her choice. This is Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make another big decision. Her first job ever. But where? Alright, let's find out which company is right for her. Okay, let's see. So, from her personality and working style, it's a match. This company is a perfect fit for her adventurous personality. Her psych profile is also fit for a developer, so she knows it's the right one for her. This is the story of Dea and her dream job, doing what she loves. Discover the right career for you with Dream Talent. Go to dreamtalent.id and discover your dream career.
Whether you're off to work, on the road, or out under the sun. Always have the confidence to be what you want. Play, work out, have fun. Because there's always a Caronia color to match every Filipino woman. So keep it fresh. Keep it vibrant. Keep it colorful. Celebrating 50 colorful years with Caronia.
The De La Salle Model United Nations community. And joining me today is my co-host, Andrew.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andrea, and will be your host for today. So, Noel, today is such a beautiful afternoon to have our career summit. We have delegates joining us from different parts of the globe, from Southeast Asia to the United Kingdom.
Indeed. Today is very exciting for our delegates and our speakers as we will uncover more about the future of business and diplomacy within Southeast Asia. As a disclaimer, we would like to let you all know that all views, perspectives, and teachings coming from this event are solely of the AYCS 2021, the invited speakers, panelists, and the participants/observers, and are not of the ASEAN and the organizers' affiliates, sponsors, and partners.
Before anything else, please be reminded of the following. Kindly make sure to turn off your microphones to avoid any form of interruptions. Kindly fill out the general attendance log sheet through the link provided in the Zoom chat box or the QR code flashed on the screen. Please observe proper online decorum at all times. The event will be recorded for documentation purposes and live streamed via Facebook on our official page and that of the co-hosts and co-partners. All relevant questions directed to the speakers will be specifically accommodated during open forum. Hence, please avoid sending them to the Zoom chat box at an unreasonable time.
We hope that the delegates here are excited to learn more from our esteemed speakers in this afternoon's corporate panel. But first and foremost, let us give a big round of applause as we invite our project directors, Ramjan Miller and Lance Chua, to give us the welcoming remarks to kickstart our prestigious event. Ramjan and Lance, the floor is yours.
Hello. Good afternoon. Am I audible? Well, Andrew.
Yes.
Yes, you can be heard.
All right. A pleasant afternoon to all of you, most esteemed guests and delegates. It is such an honor to have you around with us on our second day of the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit. We are now going to begin our corporate panel forum, and we are so excited to present an ensemble of big shot executives and world-class bosses who will give you so many insights, and not only insights, but career opportunities across the ASEAN. As you all know, that they represent viable companies that contribute greatly to the ASEAN economy. And furthermore, they have made an effort to strategize and to maximize their human resources as their competitive advantage. And from what they will share as they address topics like corporate social responsibility, talent management, inclusivity, and diversity, you will be able to widen your horizons in order to enhance your employability and professional enrichment. With that, we are so looking forward for all of you to not only listen, but to participate in what they have prepared for you, because they will not only be discussing the topics at hand, but we will also be having an open forum where you will have the opportunity to raise questions, relevant questions that they may answer to satisfy your curiosity about what it is like to have a fulfilling employment and to have a career in spite of the ongoing pandemic. And I also wish that everyone is staying safe and is feeling relaxed despite the ongoing crisis. And in the Philippines, it has been raining so hard. And a while ago, at 11 a.m. GMT plus 8, I just got my second dose. So I completed my vaccination. So I hope everyone will also, complete their vaccination and be pro-vaxxers and to think about their well-being and to think about the goals of the ASEAN Nuclear Summit, which is to welcome a foreseeable future of a good career and great experiences, and most of all, respectable rapport that you can form with, your future bosses and executives. Who knows? Maybe they're on our panel today. So I'm now passing on the mic to my co-director, Matt.
Thank you for that. First of all, let's congratulate my co-project director, Ramjan Miller, for getting her second dose. And I urge everyone as well to get vaccinated in order to get protected in the virus. So with that, we certainly hope that all of our delegates from wherever you are in the world, whether it be in Southeast Asia, in Central Asia, or even in the Europe and in the Western countries, we hope that we can still unite as one, like how the ASEAN community all over the Southeast Asia. So delegates, I urge everyone to cherish this very rare moment as the world-class speakers in the corporate industry unite in this momentous summit to reinforce the Southeast Asian youth. Again, I would like to thank all of our speakers, event organizers who made this possible, and of course, to our delegates. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you so much, Ramjan and Lance, for those wonderful welcoming remarks. Indeed, improving our businesses in a time of uncertainty is imperative for us to rise above our circumstances, especially as we live in a globalized world. More so, it is also really important to give opportunities for the youth to widen their horizons since we are going to be the future of the next generation.
To formally begin our first ever ASEAN Youth Career Summit, may we call on Kent Ingel to lead us in our opening prayer.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dearest Father in heaven, we are grateful for your everlasting support for our summit to be successful and phenomenal. You have been our guiding light in reaching out to our brothers and sisters of the ASEAN region as we welcome new knowledge and understanding for the future work in our journey after college. We are humbled and blessed to be your instruments of professional development as we are reminded to work in good faith and in accordance to your teachings. Our love for business and diplomacy has been shaped by your compassion for us as your children. May we all continue to thrive as one ASEAN community. Saint John Baptist de La Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Ken. Moving forward, we will now be calling on DLSU Chorale to sing the Philippine National Anthem. Let us put our right hand on our chest as we pay tribute to our host country.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa libing mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiling. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bagha, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawag mo'y tagumpay na nalilinig, ang bituin at araw na kailan pa may magdidiling. Lupa ng araw na wala di pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya dapat may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Now let us sing another anthem in honor of the ASEAN and their socio-economic contributions to our community and the youth.
Raise our flag high, sky high, embrace the pride in our heart. ASEAN, we are bonded as one, looking out to the world. For peace our goal from the very start, and prosperity to last. We dare to dream, we dare to share, together for ASEAN. We dare to dream, we dare to share, for it's the way of
Thank you, DLSU Chorale, for that wonderful performance. Proceeding with our event, here's Myra and Dion to introduce our esteemed speakers who will be joining us for today's corporate panel.
For our esteemed speakers, we have Attorney Frederick Landicho. He is the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Partner of Deloitte Philippines. He is also the President of Deloitte Shared Service Center Incorporation. He is a Fellow on the Institute of Corporate Directors. He was the former Chairman of the Tax and Legal Committee of the Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines. He was also the former Director of the Association of Certified Public Accountants in Public Practice. He is a member of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines, the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and the People Management Association of the Philippines. He studied accountancy in San Beda University and graduated with a Bachelor of Law in Arellano University. Next, we have Ms. Beatriz Nacor. She is the Director of Super Chido. She is the National Learning and Development Coordinator of the Commons. She was a former community manager and lead for the Commons. She was awarded in Singapore by Coach Senior Management for the best leadership for ANZ. She studied Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship in Southville International School. We also have Mr. Kenny Hutomo. He is the new Channel Development Executive in L'Oreal Indonesia. He is a former President Board of Directors in Maven4 and is also in the Communications Consulting Club UI. He was a management trainee graduate with focusing on trade marketing and sales development. He was a former teacher volunteer at Kami Berbagi in the Communication Social Service Department. He was a former business analyst manager of ISEC in Universitas Indonesia, and he studied communication science in University of Indonesia. And we have Mr. Paul Abraham Lozada. He is a Ventures and Investor Relationship Manager at Launch Garage Innovation Hub. He is also the Corporate Innovation and Tech Business Incubator Manager at Launch Garage. He is the Chief Technology Officer at LX Innovation Solutions. And he is also the IoT and Embedded Systems Consultant at Proud Cloud. And he graduated magna cum laude in Manufacturing Engineering and Management with specialization in Biomedical Engineering at De La Salle University.
Joining them would also be Mr. Aaron Satosta, venture builder in 0917 Ventures, also known as Global Capital Venture Holdings Incorporated. He was also a former operations specialist in Pequin, a former wealth management specialist in AIA Philam Life, an accounts management operations specialist, and he also studied marketing management in De La Salle University. Also joining us is Mr. Kevin Eniego, the Assistant Vice President for Marketing in the Philippine Digital Asset Exchange, the founder of Social Media Academy, a former Regional Vice President of Marketing in GetCraft, a former digital marketing instructor in the College of St. Benilde, a former head of marketing of Sprout Solutions, and he also studied mass communications or Media Studies in the University of Santo Tomas. Joining us would also be Ms. Alisa Noime Garma, the Chief Executive Officer of Garma Farm, Sales and Customer Experience Manager in Store Hub, a business consultant, and also an ESL instructor in Sotong Global Leader Incorporated. And finally, there's Mr. Victor Osman, Chief Executive Officer and founder of Dream Action, former Human Capital, Learning and Development Manager in Trans TV, former Operational Manager in PT Central Mega Kancana, The Palace, studied Information Systems in Binus International, and he also studied his Master's on International Business in Macquarie Graduate School of Management.
Thank you, Moira and Leon. Without further ado, we would like to yield the floor to JP to make an announcement for picture taking.
Andrew and Noel. Good afternoon, everyone. What better way to start with a picture taking with our illustrious speakers for today? I would like to extend my gratitude. Thank you so much for attending this year's ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 to everyone watching via Zoom or via Facebook Live. My name is Emmanuel Myros Ponon. I am the founder and chairperson of the ASEAN Youth Advocates Network and the program coordinator for this year's summit, and I will be your moderator for this panel discussion.
And once again, I'm Leonard Sutandi from the Southeast Asian Global Affairs Network, and I will be your co-moderator for today's event. For our first panel discussion, we will be tackling assessing in-demand jobs of fastest growing industries in Southeast Asia. This topic is about knowing what kind of jobs are in demand in certain companies around the region.
But before we proceed, I would like to ask our friends via Facebook Live and on Zoom, how many are planning to work after college? I believe we have a lot of individuals that are to graduate. Let us have an interactive discussion. For our participants first, hello to everyone. I can see your comments down below. I can see our comments here in Zoom. How about for our participants here in Zoom? How many? Can I see a raise of hands of those that are planning to work after college? If so, what careers would you like to work in? I see Quenet. Hello, Quenet. What careers would you like to work in? Would it be education, healthcare, digital services, technology, IT-based? What is it? Let us know and why. I can see Erin, state education. We have a future educator here in the house. We have Micaela. We have a lot of aspiring education, workers here, and that's going to be very brilliant for ASEAN and its future. I also am seeing your comments down below on Facebook. But yeah, I really want to appreciate everyone that has been very interactive, as we have a diverse group. One wants to go engineering, one wants to focus on education, one wants to go to the medical field, maybe was inspired of our frontliners because of this pandemic. regardless of what that is, we do appreciate that. And I believe the purpose of our summit is because of you, is because of our diversity altogether. With that said, I would like to appreciate again, just keep the ball rolling, keep on commenting. We would love to read and hear your responses for the careers that you would want to work in. With that said, let us begin. The purpose of this topic, accessing in-demand jobs for fastest growing industries in Southeast Asia, is to make sure that the organization will be suitable for the employee to provide the best efforts and service for the company.
Given the importance of ASEAN for us Southeast Asians and the rest of the global community as an upcoming economic powerhouse, we will be diving into the importance of upholding strong business relations, even amidst this pandemic.
So, for our first panel discussion, I hope you are ready, as we would like to introduce our panelists for this topic. We were, again, first from Deloitte Philippines, we have Mr. Victor Usman of Dream Action. From L'Oreal Indonesia, we have Mr. Kenny Hutomo. And from Codigo, we have Mr. Aaron Sitosta. With that said, let us begin our topic. I would like to invite now our first speakers for this discussion, as we will be talking about the industries that we have observed on ASEAN. Again, we have some, I would like to apologize, erratum. Mr. Usman is actually from Dream Action. With that said, let us begin. Mr. Usman and Mr. Sitosta, I hope you are ready, as you are now being seen in everyone's screens. Now, let us begin. Our first questions are for Mr. Usman and Mr. Sitosta. Our first question is, which industry did you observe to be part of the ASEAN growth sector? Mr. Usman can begin.
All right. Hi, Myris. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's so great to be a part of all of you, Asian youth. It's so amazing. All right. So if I would like to answer your question, it's going to be, of course, in the technology industry. If you're talking about the fastest growing in-demand jobs in Southeast Asia. Or Myris, can I share some of the fact that I can share with all of the audience here?
Yes,
I already prepared some of the points. Okay. So, hi everyone. My name is Victor Osman. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia, but currently I'm in Seoul in South Korea. That's why you see my name in Hangul in South Korea, where we bring Dream Action technology to the Seoul, to the Southeast Asia, actually. What is Dream Action? Dream Action is an integrated human capital solutions company. We would like to help people, just like Myros just asked. Hey, any one of you would like to having a career, but some of you maybe still have a doubt, like, I don't know which career that fit for me. That's why we're coming with that technology, combining psychology, metrics, mathematical, and also technology, using psychometric. So if you do Dream Talent, you can access it through dreamtalent.id, then you will find out about yourself. That's what we would like to do, and it's for free. So you know about your career path, you know more about your potential, and everything about yourself, to find out more about yourself. So we fast forward to assessing for the fastest growing in-demand jobs in Southeast Asia. Before we start, I think that will be great if you know what's happening now, especially in this AYCS. That's so amazing. What's happening right now? Okay, we take in 2020. We're talking about in 2020, in a new policy brief released today, the ILO, International Labour Organization, they reveals that in 2020, there were 10.6 million, or approximately 3.2% fewer workers in employment in Asian countries than expected for 2020 in a no-pandemic scenario. The Asian region recorded working hour losses of 8.4% relative to the fourth quarter of 2019. And the impact of the pandemic on employment is unprecedented. The brief stated even during previous economic crises such as Asian financial crisis in 1997 or the Great Recession in 2008-2009, employment had always been on the rise in the Asian region. And the ILO predict that 2021, we are now in 2021, is on track to be nearly as bad as last year. Good, bad, who knows? But this is the fact. In terms of the impact of the labor force in 2021 and 2022, in a couple of months where we're going to be in 2022, guys, the ILO projects the employment gap to remain at 9.3 million and 4.1 million jobs, respectively. Meanwhile, this year could also see working hour losses of 7.8%, not much better than last year, which is 8.4%. So as you can see here, we've been in this situation and what we have to do next. And why did this happen? If we would like to some flashback, it's because of this FORSEA. I don't know, maybe, is there any one of you already familiar with this FORSEA, V-U-C-N-A, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity? Okay, if some of you, this is the first time you know about this, that's good. Means you know because you're joining this amazing event. FORSEA is this acronym. It was widely used to describe the chaotic, turbulent, and rapidly changing business environment, but can also be used in other fields such as education, healthcare, social protection, and to enable a better understanding of the world. This is FORSEA. It's a 4 distinct types of challenges that demand 4 distinct types of responses. Let's focus to the responses because that's what we can do within our control. Talking about volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, especially during this pandemic situation. So COVID-19 pandemic has emerged as a perfect example of a FORSEA landscape. Everything becomes more uncertain and so on. And this is the fact. The fact that FORSEA claims are of all ages doesn't automatically imply that they are false or irrelevant. Just it's stated. A source from Forbes 2019. It's quite like that speed of change in many industries is much faster now than 10 or 20 years ago. That's why to answering question like from Myros, what's now, what's in right now? It's technology. And soon later I will show you what's the hot career right now in this world of the what we call the FORSEA world. Everything being enabled by digital technology and driven by changing customer needs, and everything is changing because of the technology. And what are the effects? Let's make it fast. What are the effects? Of course, increase in digital technology and decrease in domestic consumption to cope with the pandemic situation. This is what happened. Increase in digital technology for businesses. One consequences of the COVID-19 crisis have been a dramatic uptick in the use of digital technologies that help reduce face-to-face interaction and safeguard customer and employee health and well-being. That's why one of the flagship product from Dermaction, Dermatology, would like to help company to do more effective and efficient in assessment and recruitment. It's not like any other job portal, but we help them to assess their personality, and we can having a match based on the statistic and the big data with the help of artificial intelligence. And to cope with constraint on physical proximity, sharp surge in demand and other sudden shift required by COVID-19, businesses step up using of digital tools, automation in AI. That's why AI, technology, all about technology is very well known nowadays. Maybe if we can talk about retailers worldwide like Amazon, Walmart, and Target, they enlist industrial robot to pick and sort and track merchandise in warehouse to manage surging e-commerce demand. AI-powered chatbots were used to reduce customer contact. That's what's happening right now. And decrease in domestic consumption. That's why changes in customer and behavior, business behavior, it's happening all around the globe, including in Asia for sure. We can see here by this illustration where people are using cash right now. People tend to use the e-wallet. People using old-fashioned transportation right now. Everything all in your gadget, in your palm, basically. Meeting each other now, just like us, we're connecting all over countries, all over industries, using this platform, a virtual platform, which is cool. Before, you have to do so much time, so much effort, but now you can just say hi using the system. For instance, germ talent. All right, so before I end this presentation, I'd like to share you what about the in-demand jobs right now. In-demand jobs, if you can see, let's travel back in time. 20 years ago, in-demand jobs mostly in management, legal, computer, mathematical, architecture, engineering, business, financial operation. But now, 2021, it's like I said in advance, it's all about digital. It's all about technology. But don't worry, for some of you who doesn't have a technological background, don't worry. Why? Because almost every aspect in the industry right now having a direct interaction with the technology. So no problem with that. But if we fast forward right now, 2021, what it is digital content, data analysis, software and technology, finance and insurance, education and digital marketing. That's the in-demand job for now. The questions is going to be how to adapt. But before we are looking forward about how to adapt, how business adapt, we know that these vital skills for the future of work. This is the research by the McKinsey Global Institute. They look the kind of job that will be lost, as well as those that will be created as automation, AI, and robotics take hold. So we have to be more careful, especially for the youth. You have to choose career that having a future, which is it's not going to be replaced or will be lost. For instance, like manual and physical skills, basic cognitive skills. The bad news, we're gonna erase that kind of job. It's gotta be more about technological skills, social, emotional stability, and higher cognitive skills. This is what the future is looking. This is the vital skills for the future of work. Is some of you asking about, hey Victor, so what about the soft skill and hard skill? As you can see here, the soft skills needed is creativity, emotional intelligence. It's not only the IQ, but now also we need the EQ, the emotional intelligence. But if we're talking about Jack Ma, I've been meeting with the Alibaba group last month. They also have HQ, hard quotient, as they say. Analytical thinking, interpersonal skills, growth mindset, and embracing change, because change is the one thing that's for sure. And hard skill, technology, design, programming, analytical reasoning, business analysis, and video production. I think almost all of us getting used to with the social media. We keep using Instagram. Maybe after this event or during this event, please do follow me as well. At Victor Osman, you can find me in Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. Yes, that's the way we connected with each other. And to end this, how did job trend change dramatically? Can you still see my screen, or it changed? I think it changed already. Just want to make sure.
Yes, we can still see your screen.
Okay, how did job trends change dramatically? Is that what you see?
Yes, we can see it.
Oh, because in my screen it showed the topic 1 assessing. Okay, let's continue. So this is dramatic change in job trend, data as an asset, digital over everything, decentralized finance. To conclude, it's all about digital and how do business adapt to the new status quo? How do business adapt? Changes of mindset, because we have to escalate the digital transformation. One of chief digital officer we say the company has experienced years of digital transformation in the span of the few months, implementing 3 years of planning since the crisis began. And other respondents indicate similar accelerated timelines for digital plans. That's why we really need these changes of mindset. Company who believe they will be in a stronger position in the next 10 years largely exhibit characteristic of growth mindset, new strategy in business, and escalate digital transformation for sure. So what do we need to do during within this VUCA world? There is 5 skills that are vital, especially if we're talking about this VUCA world. These 5 skills, it's coming from to make us better to make us cope with this situation, we need to have the self-awareness. That's one of the top on the list. Self-awareness is very, very important. Developing a shared purpose, learning agility, leading through collaboration, influence, confidence to lead through uncertainty. Just like this event, it's all about collaboration and influence. And self-awareness, talking about the leaders need to understanding their own strength and areas. And why it's critical, of course, with a higher level of well-being, they can stand for self-awareness, higher levels of job satisfaction. And finally, if you're talking about you would like to find new job, new career, and significantly less likely to look for a new job. That's why the self-awareness is very important, especially for all the leaders. There are numbers and numbers of reason to believe that greater general levels of self-awareness at organization lead to positive business outcome. And hopefully, by sharing this fact, I'd like to share you about a bit of the macroeconomics, give you some more insight about the fast growing in demands within in the Asian. And thank you so much for these opportunities to share this content, this information. Let's get connected through social media. I'm gonna be more than happy to share more if you get any question and on. And please feel free to using dreamtalent.id as well, since it's also free. You can find more about your career. Thank you so much. Getting back to my rest. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Usman. Wow, did not expect that. Thank you so much for preparing that. I believe you have already answered the 3 questions that we have prepared for you. So with that said, maybe it would be best for the participants to ask questions that may be directed to you on this forum, which I would like to advise our participants or delegates to prepare their questions. I guess now this is the perfect time for us to go and ask Mr. Sitosta the 3 questions that we have in mind. So Mr. Sitosta, again, I would love to hear your insights on this, on which particular industries that you really do observe to be part of the ASEAN growth sector.
Thanks, moderator. Thank you, Victor, for warming up the crowd. But I think this it's great that your presentation came first, because that would put them in the right mindset for my very short. I just want to flash a couple of factoids based on our local context here in the Philippines. So yeah, so I didn't like to introduce you again. My name is Aaron Sitosta. I'm part of the the venture builder for CodeGo. So CodeGo is a tech school where we train people in tech-related skills like web development, data science, and also we are going to launch our Salesforce bootcamp soon. So just the facts, of course, like in the Philippines, there are over 10,000 software engineering jobs that are not filled. This is based on our own internal study here at 917 Ventures. These are open positions for software engineers. A study by APEC, of course, there are over 340,880 data science and data analytic workers that will be needed in the Philippines by 2022. And of course, right now, the scenario, like Mr. Victor mentioned, is that yes, tech is really the future. In the Philippines, of course, oftentimes we're oftentimes behind a lot of our neighbors in Singapore, Indonesia, even Malaysia in terms of the tech scene. But what we always say is that 5 years behind, but we already see where things are going, and we're seeing that this is where it's going, tech. And now some of you maybe have seen Mr. Victor's presentation a while ago, and they're probably thinking, or maybe they're concerned because right now they've studied something that they feel that might be going away soon, but I don't think so. And I think that we here at CodeGo, here's the opportunity that we're giving a lot of people to try and skill up, to reach for those for new tech skills that companies are going to be looking for, not just next year, but in 10 years, I would say. There are a lot of, right now, the tech scene is getting bigger. We have a lot of new startups starting up here. And of course, here at 917 Ventures, our business is to basically launch new ventures and startups. And there's so much demand for web developers, for data analysts, and Salesforce that we find that there's often, my observation when I talk to a lot of companies out there is that there's so much competition. They can't find enough people. Basically, there's not just from local people, but from people from outside the country internationally. They're offering work from home opportunities that are with salaries that are way competitive compared to what the locals are offering here. And that's a golden opportunity for a lot of people. But in the Philippines, of course, there's one stumbling block, which is that oftentimes the access to that kind of a skill set is not cheap. It's very, I would say, pay to play. It's either two options. You go for a 4-year course with a university like LaSalle, the LSU, the top 10 here. You could also take a boot camp, which is about, I'd say, average budget's around 100,000. That's about the cost of a motorcycle here in the Philippines. But of course, there is a third option, which is what we're trying to offer here in CodeGo, which is that we pay. Budget is just not a consideration when you join the boot camp. You can, as long as you have the skill sets, you can go through our rigorous course. We'll also be helping you find a job, and we can figure things out from there. So I invite a lot of people, if you are considering a career in tech, but maybe you've in the middle, like you've already done something else like business or engineering, you may want to consider CodeGo. So thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Satosta. And you've heard our answers. It's all focused on tech. Tech is the future, and we have technopreneurs here on screen today. With that said, after having that great overview of the industry and when it comes to its future, I'd like to ask both of you shortly on how you feel. How do you think that the tech industry in particular strategize on its labor force for global competitiveness? Mr. Sitosta, can we start with you?
Sorry, strategizing. I would say when I talk to companies every day, and they're asking what is their strategy. Now, the normal HR strategy for web developers, and that's common for most industries, is you find people with entry-level people with 2 years experience. I'm sure a lot of people have mentioned that the dichotomy of entry-level but 2 years. How are you gonna get that? Now, right now, that as we go on, because of the COVID, because of the shift in what we're looking for, that's not a sustainable solution for a lot of companies right now. You're not gonna find a lot of 2-year developers now. And so what we've seen with a lot of them is that they're shifting to a different model. So what they're looking at is not just finding people. And of course, the other things you could do a recruiter, but that's expensive. The other thing that we do, what we observe, the bigger companies, the major IT as service companies anyway, is they're looking to train people, to find people who can basically train people who might not have enough skills, people that they may not have considered before. Normally, these are people who are career shifters, people from a non-top 10 school background who came from that kind of computer program. Sometimes it's all in the Philippines because 99% I'd say people are educated, but I'd say about not everyone is educated equally. So even our computer programs is a mixed thing. They often don't make the cut. And so what companies are looking at, the major ones anyway, is that they find these candidates and we go train them up, give them their skill sets, refine their skill sets. And what you have is someone who's production ready and basically in a cost effective. But here, of course, it's not an option for everyone. Not every company can do that. Maybe the big ones like here in the Philippines, like the Accentures, the BPOs, the KPOs, that's something they can do, but not every company can do that. And with, of course, CodeGo, that's something we also try to do, is that what we do is that we take a lot of these people who often they may come from a different career. They didn't go to 4-year course. They're from a non-top 10 school from a province. And here in Manila, we have, in the Philippines anyway, there's always that mega Manila mindset where if you don't come from a top 4 school, you don't come from a Manila school anyway, your chances of having a seat at the table from a very prestigious company is, I'd say, slim to none. And so what we do, of course, is that we help these kinds of people and help refine their skill sets, give them the skill sets of the future in data science, in web development, even let's say Salesforce. We're going to launch that soon, and we help them help them land that opportunity.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Satosta. Mr. Usman, would you like to add your insights to this question?
Yep, sure, Myris. Thank you so much, Aaron. I love the presentation, and I pretty much agree with what's being said by Aaron. Talking about how do we need to do today in this technological firm, in this technology era? First thing, it's a good news actually for all of us in any part of the world. Why? Because of this globalization, and this is a real globalization because of the technology. It's like in a snap, I can meet with all of you new friends from all over the world, just like in a seconds. That's the good things about globalization. And yep, it brings up new challenges. And talking about what Aaron said, what Code Go do about the boot camp and etc. Yep, Dream Talent, we've been working closely, engaged with so many boot camps, whether in Indonesia and Asia. Why? Because we know right now the supply and the demand, it doesn't meet. There's so many and many demand with the technological background people. That's why I believe bootcamp it's really one of the best way to transform people faster, like in the short period of time. It doesn't have to be 4 years or many years, but usually I believe what Aaron do in within months, right? So you provide, you supply, you give the supply ready. Is that correct, Aaron?
I would say is the value proposition that we offer to companies. But I would say for the average student, the person who probably did something else, career shifter, I would say we help them give that opportunity to not have to take another 4-year course just to do web development. We offer them to have this accelerated program that if they've done it on their own, let's say for a couple of months, now we give them that help where we refine their skill set, give them the instructors, give them that environment, that collaborative environment they can work with. And once we endorse them to companies, they are ready. They know how to work in an agile environment. They know how to do coding. They can work with most of the major programming languages that they were not able to do on a self-taught thing.
Yeah, that's so true. So totally agree with all of you. You can just take bootcamp and make yourself in this new environment, in the technology environment. Because right now there's a lot of demands all over the world. Because I've been working closely with many companies and organizations all around the globe. And why not? Some of you can work in the US, in the Europe, in the Philippines, in Indonesia, in Singapore, in Korea, but you're physically still in your own country, but you get more money, more income for all of you. In this era, it's very possible with the technology. Talking about the VUCA, volatile, uncertainty, complex, and ambiguous, I think we have to embrace these changes.
Yes.
And to highlight, yep, we need to be agile. Agile, it doesn't only means we have to adapt, but agile, we adapt and we take some positive side for us, for our own self. I think that's from me, Iris.
Thanks, Victor. Maybe I would just add one more thing because I really like that thing he mentioned about globalization. And in the Philippines, I'm just gonna dredge up a bit of history here, okay? But in the Philippines, we've always been the pioneer in terms of the BPOs, the KPOs. Basically, it's business process outsourcing. We took that crown away from the Indians. Well, because a lot of times we started out because call centers, our English is very neutral. And eventually that evolved to something like business process outsourcing. We do other things in the back end, medical transcriptions. And from that evolution, we went into something more democratized, not even just corporations now. You have individuals who become virtual assistants. They love getting them to the Philippines because we can work with them. We're very accommodating. We do all these things. We're very flexible. We can adapt well. And that's another evolution. And what I see is the third phase of what that globalization is at right now. With the COVID, a lot of companies are saying that, wow, a lot of these people can work from home effectively. They can work from home. They can be produced. They can. We don't skip a beat. And they're saying like, if that's the case though, why we don't have to just look around us in general? Like if I'm from New York, I don't have to just hire someone from New York. Why don't I just hire someone from Indonesia, from the Philippines? They can hire a coder. Cost of living wise, it's cheaper in the Philippines, but whatever they're offering us, it's way higher than what you can get here locally. But it's cost of living wise, it's still so much better than what you can get. And I see that that's sort of what it is. It's we're no longer constricted by just geographically, but now we're looking at competing globally. And I feel like that's one advantage that the Philippines has known from before, but now we are poised to really move forward here.
All right. Yeah. Thanks so much, Mr. Aaron, and of course, Mr. Usman. Yeah. That was a very well thought of discussion that we just had. So to end our discussion, before I do give our last question for the session, to everyone watching via Zoom or via Facebook Live, please feel free to drop your questions and we will make sure to accommodate and let our beloved speakers answer them later. That said, let's end our discussion with this. How does the tech industries, when it comes to corporations, uphold and assure protective measures for their employees during COVID-19? I'd love to hear both of your thoughts on both of your respective startups or companies. Would like to start, Mr. Usman?
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Myris, can you repeat one more time about your questions?
Yeah, so how does the industry's corporations uphold and assure employee measures for their employees during COVID-19? You may cite your own company.
Okay, sure. During this COVID-19, if we're talking about the employees and how we cope with the COVID-19, I think it's pretty challenging, but Aaron already stated that word, which is work from home. WFH is become very popular right now, and even in Indonesia, most of my team is based in Indonesia, some in Korea. I'm also looking forward for some of you. Let's work together. I see so many new friends from Philippines. Let's be a partner. I would like to have some team as well in Philippines. So let's get connected. Most of them, I give like I let them stay at home. I let them to do the working from home. Yep, there's always advantages and disadvantages, but like I said, likewise, we have to be agile. We can use all tools right now, online tools. You can use Slack, for instance. You can use Trello. You can use Discord. Sorry. You can use WhatsApp. You can use many kind of things, Zoom, Google Meet, and etc. So we have to embrace all that technology. By means, we can keep it up during this fastest growing in demand jobs, where so many companies they're also looking would like to do what I call the talent hunting. That's why we would like to help them. It's not only hunting, but they can have the right career that fit with their characteristic, that fit with their culture, that fit with their potentials. That's what we do so far. And I think so far so good, this COVID-19. And I would like to invite all of you looking in this situation, in this pandemic situation, we have to see from the positive side. And yes, maybe some of the challenges in our country, especially in Indonesia, if I can share for some of you, not all of us can speak English fluently. So for all of you who got your English as your basic language, I think that's a great advantages, very, very great advantages, just like what said by Aaron.
Okay. Victor, thank you so much for starting out. And I would honestly, like, I guess that's true for much of the tech related businesses like me. We've been blessed by being allowed to work from home because we have right now the tools are mature enough that we can do all these things and still stay productive. We can basically, Mike, I would say, let me give you a fact. CodeCo is this whole team. We've been working on this from the beginning, all remote. I'd say like there's a stat like now. It's been 2 years in the Philippines. Like I know people who've joined companies at the beginning of being remote and they quit companies still being remote. I've never stepped into an office, which is really an interesting fact for me, I guess, about what the situation is right now. And I'd say like with not every company can do work from home. There's a lot of limitations. I've experienced this firsthand. Last year, I used to actually had a side business, which was retail, and I had for a lot of time there was no way you can do it on retail. It was a brick and mortar, but eventually I did have an e-commerce section where I had to work on it there. But yeah, basically a lot of things. There's a lot of shift to digital. With this pandemic, really accelerated that shift now. From a lot of people there's more demand for e-commerce people. There's more demand for tech web developers because like traditional brick and mortar companies are they're going to e-commerce now. Like I remember when I started out 2013, I was a regional operations person for SM. Now SM is the biggest super mall, retail mall here in the Philippines. And back then, like I was part of that project where they were doing their online thing. 7 years, until they actually finally did their online thing. But sometimes that's really the thing, that it was finally the right moment for tech to come here in this country. Yeah, I'd say really, like, I think in the future, work from home, man.
All right. Thank you so much for both of you for having that very insightful discussion. Before we proceed to Mr. Hutomo, let me summarize on what Mr. Usman and Mr. Sutosta have mentioned. What industry is growing? It would be technology. We live in a technological world. We live in the digital era that will continue to grow and foster to bring a more prosperous economy for ASEAN and for a lot of industries. How do they strategize? There are a lot of adjustments and adaptabilities that they have presented when it comes to both of their startups to, of course, enrich and focus on global competitiveness as a whole. How do they uphold and assure protective measures during COVID-19? Work from home is the way, but the goal of making sure that their companies continue to become effective and efficient is the goal in order to scale and, of course, continue delivering their services in order to become a sustainable company. That is an amazing session to start our first panel. Now I give the floor to Leon as he will be our moderator for Mr. Hutomo. Leon, take it away.
Thank you, Mars, for the for the summary, and thank you for the speakers before for the insightful discussion. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Hutomo, as what Mr. Osman and Mr. Sutosta said before, COVID-19 has really...
Just call me Aaron.
Oh, okay, sorry. As the COVID pandemic has really accelerated the shift towards more digital and technological sectors, and these industries have become more competitive. How can us as youths prepare for the more competitive global job market, especially those that might not be familiar with digital skills or have stable access to technology?
Okay, thank you, Leon. First of all, I think I'd like to thank to all the committees that have trusted me to be one of the speakers in ASEAN Youth Career Summit. It was an honor for me to be amongst all the great speakers. So I think To answer the question, I've prepared a PowerPoint. Can you please share it? Okay. So yes, how can we be more competitive in the global job market? I think I will take this question with a different perspective, maybe more to a job speaker perspective. So I think we all understand that the rate of emerging graduates is increasing daily, making the labor market very, very competitive nowadays. And large numbers of applicants, hustle for a very limited job openings. I know maybe in the previous discussion, we know that the technology positions, there are abundance, but we see there the other positions are decreasing, but the number of our graduates are increasing. Like for instance, in Lorraine, Indonesia, where I'm working, we have more than 20,000 applicants for the MT position, the management trainee positions. That with only around 15 to 20 people are finally selected. It was 0.001% the acceptance rates. So statistically, it might be harder to join an MT program in a big multinational company than going into Harvard, because yes, it's a 0.001% acceptance rate. So I think I will share to you my 5 tips, my 5 points that can help you stand out in your quest for your desired career. The very first thing that I like to share is, to have a leadership experience. Because throughout my journey in applying for several companies, either it's a startups, corporates, even NGOs, there are very few job adverts where you won't find the caption ability to lead a team. Because most recruiters demand candidates with a competent leadership skills and the ability to lead teams and also lead themselves. So that's point number 1. Point number 2 is, can you please next? Yes. So point number 2 is, to acquire marketable skills. These skills are in-demand skills in the job market. I think Mr. Victor has already shared to us some of the skills, because these skills will, give a better job offer and an edge over the competitive candidates. My top 3 skills that I think will be very useful for you to learn, to hone it during your college life is first is effective communication, the ability to convey your message, your key message very clearly to the audience. Second one is the problem solving. This you can see on the Google. There are a lot of problem solving frameworks from McKinsey, from BCG, and other things that you can pick the one that you really like and practice using it. And the last thing is, of course, entrepreneurial mindset. How we see, while we also as an employee, we need to have this kind of entrepreneur mindset so that we have a very strong belonging to the company. That's number 2. Then number 3 is the ability to build a great CV. The CV is the first window where you show your potential employer your qualification. The first interview also starts with a CV assessment. So, be sure to include a vital information about your skill, your work experience, and also don't forget to review them regularly and ask for review from your reliable person. And the fourth one is you need to create a great online reputation. As we all know, in the digital era, it's very easy for our recruiters, for the HR team, for our user to search our name on Google, and everything about us will pop up there. By online, I mean to focus on the social media, because recruiters see this as a medium that they can gather information on candidates' views, interests, skills, and etc. So it is very advisable that you be mindful in sharing any information on your social media. And to pick one social media that is very professional and a must-have social media, in my opinion, is of course LinkedIn. It will really help you in landing your dream job, because it's where recruiters will fish competent talents to take their organization to achieve the goals. Lastly, I think it has also been mentioned before, is to really improve your language skill. Because to be able to compete in the global job market, even in your own nation, in your own country, language is a very important part. And learning new language, it will be an impressive addition to your CV. And of course, one of the most sought after language to master is English, due to its global dominance and its importance in the business discussion. But I will add one more language that is being taught nowadays is, of course, Mandarin. Mandarin has become a very important language to learn as well, if you want to have a global career, because as we know, the language is being used more frequently in the business context. I think that will be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutomo, for showing us that despite the increasing competitive job market, we as youths can take a lot of measures, whether it be gaining leadership experience, marketable skills, or language skills to improve our job prospects. Now, I'd like to ask the panel if they have any answers to previous questions. Ms. Attorney Landicho?
Yeah, thank you, Leon. I guess something relevant to your question. I'm not sure if you can share the graph that I shared previously. Earlier this year, Deloitte released the results of its Global Resilience Report for 2021. This is the fourth year that we've released such a report. But in the past, we've focused on how prepared or unprepared organizations are for the fourth industrial revolution. Do you have the graph? The graph that we sent here? Yeah, that's it. Deloitte Global surveyed more than 2,000 executives from 21 countries to understand how they are coping with this disruption and how they plan to build organizational resilience moving forward. And one of the questions asked of them is, what are the workforce traits that have become most critical to their organizations given the events of 2020? By contrast, I'd like you also to show what your peers think are the most critical employee characteristics for successful businesses. So if you go to the next graph, this is based on our 2021 Global Millennial and Gen Z survey. As you can see, flexibility and adaptability tops the list, no doubt fueled by this global pandemic. It's, I guess, during this time, it's important for you to start deliberately working in diverse environments. The platform, like what you are doing right now, is a good example of that. I hope that through this UN model community, you have opportunities to interact with peers from different countries, different cultures, who are interested in professional fields that may be different from yours. This will definitely expose you to a broad range of perspective and problem-solving techniques. Another way you can build on your flexibility is to have a growth mindset towards disruption. 60% of the executives whom we polled said that they think this kind of disruption that we are experiencing right now will likely recur in the near future, either on an occasional or regular basis. So this means that we will have to live with this kind of uncertainty even after we hit our inoculation target. Those who accept and who are able to look at opportunities in the midst of these disruptions would stand a better chance of thriving and succeeding. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Attorney Landicho. It's interesting that not only digital skills should be focused, but also interpersonal skills, whether that be in adaptability or creativity. Sadly, I'd have to end this discussion short due to us being short on time. I'll give the floor back to Myers, who will moderate our open forum.
All right, thank you, Leon, and thank you to all of our panelists who have answered. Very, very amazing. I hope that our participants are still there. To all our delegates, please feel free to ask your questions away. If you haven't, now is the time. We are now about to begin our open forum. So please give your questions away and we will love to answer that. Once again, thank you so much to our esteemed speakers, and I loved the charismatic and the flow of our conversation from the 5 tips that Mr. Comoda has actually shared all together with attorneys graphics when it comes to for giving us that very aligned discussion. With that said, I hope our delegates over here have learned so much from your valuable insights on our first topic. At this point, again, please raise your questions that you have. Use the chat box here for our participants at Zoom, the comment section, and of course, for our delegates watching on Facebook Live. All right. So I guess we already have a lot of questions, Leon. We are already seeing so many questions via Facebook or via Zoom. With that said, I saw this question already from someone. Let me dictate. Considering that data science, digital tech is booming, how do we address ethical issues in data management, such as data privacy, quote unquote mission creep, and etc. With that said, let me reiterate the question. Considering that data science or digital tech is booming, how do we address ethical issues in data management, such as data privacy and mission creep? Would anyone want to take the floor to answer? Any panelists can speak first.
Maybe I could start off with a comment. So
Okay.
about here in the Philippines, though we have data privacy laws that, and I've experienced this firsthand, that you cannot just get info. This is true for the finance industry, what I've been part of. This is also pretty much true in the tech industry. And you see the past 5 years, we had a lot of issues, from the Cambridge Analytica scandal, from Google being able to just share, giving their info to a lot of bad faith actors out there. And I think 4 years, we are seeing really what kind of influence, or what are the consequences of having unfettered access to data. And prior to that, I just thought to myself, hey, it's data, you just give it to the marketer. But it's not just that, of course. There's always the privacy, but there's also the concern that we are misusing data for really bad reasons. Like, if you think about how during the last elections here in the Philippines, we've had a lot of there's the way that we've used and a lot of the moderation team, they are all outsourced here in the Philippines. And I think that there has to be more we have to do with protecting data, I guess. And that's something we try to also do here at Codo. We do have the database, but we try to make sure that there's always a lot of compliance there. So we have to make sure that there's real compliance, I guess.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Stosta. I'm actually very curious to ask Mr. Iniego, because of your affiliation is the Philippine Data Asset Exchange. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this question.
Actually, if you can repeat the question lang, and to clarify lang, PDAS is Philippine Digital Asset Exchange, pero the questions management. Can you just repeat the gist of it?
Oh, sorry. Sorry for that. Again, to reiterate the question, considering that data science and digital tech is booming, how do we address ethical issues in data management, such as data privacy?
Right. So that's as I come from a marketing background, this is very important. It took a while, actually. So I'm not sure if it was 2 or 3 years ago. The Data Privacy Act was really like being very much emphasized in the workplace. So back then, before that, if you were to let's say you want to run marketing campaigns, let's say you want to run an email marketing campaign, before you could just get emails and then you could just send an email and it was all good and well. Now, like But then when the stricter data privacy act has been pushed and implemented, you couldn't do that. In fact, right now, if you send an unsolicited email to someone, and that person technically can report you, no, to the NPC, National Privacy Commission, and you will get fined or you will get penalized. No? So all the more now it's important to have that balance, because now it's easier with data science, with technology. It's easier to get all these information, all that advantages, but then you have to make sure that you're erring on the side of caution and still following regulations, because at the end of the day, if you really want to reach people, your customers, you have to do it the right way.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Niego. So, would anyone else, would any other panelists like to add? I see Victor, I'm using. Victor.
Maybe I can add something, Maris, about this ethical issue, because Dramaction, especially Dream Talent, we really work with lots of data, big data. And talking about ethical issue, of course, we're talking about data privacy, data security, and talking about big data, artificial intelligence, AI. We do really need people concerned about this. And all the security, we have to make sure that the security is there. Make sure all the data, it's not, being hacked and etc. Even though, in fact, there's a lot of things happen with this data security. Even the big names, like all of us know, they have like their data being hacked and etc. So maybe to give some of the idea about data is the new oil. Maybe some of you already know about it, or some of you just know about it. Yep, data is the new oil. The concept is behind data is the new oil is just like an oil. Raw data basically isn't valuable in or of itself, but rather the value is created when it is gathered completely and accurately connected to other relevant data and done so in a timely manner. By mean is, that's what we do. That's why we really need be careful when you share your data, because data is new oil. Some people out there who can create this raw data into a more valuable, they will sell your data. So yeah, I can say it's been a scandal all over the globe where people selling the data of their clients. So again, other than we do the NDA, non-disclosure agreement, just like in Europe, where we would like to get into the Europe market, they have a very strict regulation, what is called the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. And I hope in Asian, we can help, we can have this kind of term as well as a regulation. So the data, which is the new oil, it can be safe and all of us can feel safe and no data breach again, something like that. And we can all get the benefits from it, from the big data, from the AI. That's from me, Myris.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Usman. I guess we can conclude on that. If we were to summarize all of your insights, to have the feeling of being safe in this digital era is actually something that is really important in today's modern day and age. Policies, they're there, they should be there. But if they're not, of course, it's a two-way process that we want to ensure that the consumer and the private sector, of course, takes full accountability and responsibility as important key actors, especially when it comes to data that will continue to be a prolonging issue as long as data science and the digital tech world is continuing to evolve. With that said, thank you so much to our amazing panelists for answering that. Moving on, with regards to taxes, we have another question here. With regards to taxes, is the government, particularly the Philippines, actually capable or eligible to tax virtual jobs? So let me repeat, anyone on the floor can answer. With regards to taxes, is the government, particularly the Philippines, or maybe for our foreign friends on your respective, in your respective governments, actually capable or eligible to tax virtual jobs? Anyone can take the floor. Attorney Landicho.
Yeah, Myros, I guess from the Philippine perspective, before we tackle on the capability or ability of the government to impose tax on these virtual jobs, maybe it's right to tackle first the right of the government or the responsibility of the government to impose taxes on these virtual jobs. Our revenue tax code is very clear. A Filipino citizen is taxable on his global income, his or her global income, regardless of where the source of the income comes from. So income from virtual jobs, online selling, online stuff, and gigs for Filipino citizens are taxable in the Philippines. Now, on the question of the capability of the government to tax this online income coming from virtual jobs or other online activities, that really is a big question mark, because obviously, as of right now, our government agencies are not yet so interconnected with each other in order to keep track of this type of revenue or income. What the government is doing right now, what our tax office is doing right now is, of course, they would monitor social media accounts, newspapers, magazines. If a certain personality is being featured in magazines or social media accounts as having amassed this kind of properties, showing off his or her wealth, then that person becomes a key target of the revenue authorities. And I think we have seen this recently. So what the tax office will do there is they will conduct a lifestyle profile on the personality involved, and they would check on the income tax return that has been filed by the individual. If the tax return that has been filed by the individual does not match the lifestyle that such individual is showing off in the community, then that is a potential suspect for tax investigation. So right now, that's how our tax authorities are dealing with this online income of certain individuals. Pretty soon, I guess, when government offices becomes more interconnected, like if the government would be able to interface with these e-wallets, then that will be a good source of information for the government to see where the flow of income or wealth is really going. But as of right now, it's mainly based on scanning social media accounts, magazines, and doing lifestyle checks that our tax office are doing in order to keep track of this online income.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Landicho. I'd like to follow up on that. When it comes to these taxes, of course, it's going to take a while. Of course, if we were to institutionalize these assets, because I would think of, for example, for a relatable scene, TikTok influencers. And TikTok influencers get paid today, but how does the government be able to, give the proper tax amounts to them? But so, I'd like to ask your insights on regarding what these taxes are, and if these taxes that you have mentioned are going to be high if ever they are continued or institutionalized.
Yeah, so right now we already have existing tax laws that govern this type of income because our tax code is pretty simple. Any income, any source of income, whether sourced from legitimate sources or illegitimate sources like gambling, if you have gambling winnings, they are actually taxable here in the Philippines. So even if you won, you gambled in an unlawful place, for example, if you have winnings, betting, for example, those are taxable in the Philippines actually. And so the type of taxes that will be imposed will, of course, the personal individual income tax, the rates of which ranges from 0% to high of 35%. And for those influencers, those engaged in online selling, there's also a potential that they may also be subject to value-added tax of 12% whenever their income reaches the threshold for value-added tax. So basically, those are the two types of taxes that are applicable to online income.
Thank you so much, Attorney. Leon?
Yeah, thank you so much for all the speakers in answering the open forums questions. I'm sure many of the people who asked would find what you said very useful. And with that, we will be concluding our first open forum discussion. We hope that your questions were entertained. And also a big thank you to our speakers for giving us your insights regarding the importance of industries for ASEAN. We will now be heading into a 5-minute commercial break. Thank you.
This video is presented by our major sponsor, Department of Foreign Affairs.
Sustainability is important. We know that we need to be more sustainable socially, economically, and environmentally in order to create a thrivable future. But how do we know that we're doing a good job? What if we could measure sustainability?
At Thrive, we measure what matters most.
Meet Morris Fideli. He's the project lead for the non-profit organisation, the Thrive Project, and he's developed a software that can help measure sustainability.
The Thrive Project is a platform, or indeed a tool, for measuring the sustainability performance of organisations, the cities, or the whole of society.
This tool can be used by anyone. I'm talking us consumers to big government agencies.
Thrive is a practical tool. It's an online tool where you can actually, in quantitative terms, in what we call metrics, actually measure performance. So could be at a company level, it could be at a city, or indeed a country level. So measuring in actual numbers what's going on, as opposed to just relative terms. No one person, community, city or country is sustainable in an unsustainable world.
So what sort of sustainability can Thrive measure?
Everything, actually. We can look at things like social issues like gender equality, fair pay policy, child labour, these sort of type of issues. From the environmental side of it, things like pollution, energy use, toxicity of, for example, the waterways, and so forth, as well as the economic factors that we typically do measure.
The Thrive Project can help us change our actions to be more sustainable. And it's more important than ever right now to be sustainable.
Want to be sustainable because otherwise we'll become extinct. Very simple terms. That's it. We already have a situation where more than 100 species of animals become extinct every day. It's not necessarily common knowledge because they're not, there's millions of species, but we're on that path at the moment to become extinct if we don't actually change our ways.
It's time for us all, individually and collectively, locally and globally, to own up to our impacts on planet Earth and make changes for the better.
For the past 26 years, AHEAD has been providing students with quality educational services. AHEAD has excellent teachers from the best universities in the country. We offer various programs to cater to differing student needs. With our many brands, there's always something for every kind of learner. These have helped us become the most awarded name in the industry. But these awards are not the goal. Our goal is to be excellent, to be ahead.
All right. I hope you are refreshed. That was an amazing first topic. How is everyone? I hope you're still there, active, alive, and going. I hope you're excited, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from our short break. We hope you are still excited to learn more from our incredible lineup of speakers for our next discussion. Our next discussion is promoting diversity in the ASEAN workplace as an ethical labor trend in the 21st century and its globalization. So, this topic also looks into when an organization that purposely hires a diverse workforce to help bring new ideas and experiences that can be used for the good of the organization. I love this saying, embrace diversity.
But before we get started, I'd like to ask the audience, why do you think that diversity is important? And if any of you are planning to become future business owners, do you think you will have a diverse workplace? While we let the audience write what they think in the chat, what do you think about this, Mara, since I know you also have your own organization?
Yeah, it's been again, I really would love and encourage everyone to encourage diversity. My organization is composed of what? From more than 50 nationalities, and there may be some times where it's really hard to conduct a perfect time for meetings because of our respective time zones. But when those ideas flow into together, when we share our unique experiences all together, it creates such an amazing it's just really so harmonious. The collaborations and the insights that you're able to get is really something that is insightful, something that is innovative, and would really benefit and prolong our sustainability as an organization.
Yeah, I'd say I also agree with you. The Southeast Asian Global Affairs Network also consists of members from all over the world, ranging from the United Kingdom to Australia, and really brings out kind of many different perspectives and makes our job as advocating for youth employment really I think really revealing and really important because of all these different perspectives. I'd like to see if there's anyone in the chat that would like to
Yeah, I'm looking at our Facebook live. There are a lot of comments.
Yeah. And a lot of comments are saying how, again, important diversity is for any type of organization. And I think, this event itself is very diverse and many people from all over the world are tuning in. So thank you, the audience, for giving us awesome answers. Mars?
Indeed, I love reading your comments. For those who are here on Zoom, please feel free to give your insights also down below. Let's just continue that before we begin. Again, thank you so much to everyone for tuning in. That was just the first topic. We still have a bunch of topics to get into. So with that said, I hope that all of you are ready. So I'll also ask this down below. And for those that are still active, to our delegates that are still active, can you comment ready so that I know that you are ready for our next discussion? Let us know. That is what I was waiting for. We need that energy. Our panelists will feel that energy. And that's the beauty of ASEAN and FORSEA together. All right. So I hope you're ready. Wow. Um, Ladies and gentlemen, this is our next topic. Okay, I'm still seeing a lot of comments from everyone. Okay, now, what is the importance of this topic? The importance of this topic is to promote individuality and to contribute to the development of a stronger brand. So without further ado, let us call on our next set of panelists. Once again, we have Mr. Kenny Otomo. Next, we have Miss Beatriz Nacor of Super Shido, and we have Mr. Kevin Iniego of the Philippine Digital Asset Exchange Incorporated. To begin, let us start with two of our panelists, in Ms. Nacor and Mr. Iniego. For the first question, I would like to ask both of you, which Ms. Nacor can start. How does your companies, that we'd love to know, advocate for inclusion and equity in your workforce? Again, how does, okay, Ms. Beatriz.
Hi, everyone. This question is very personal to me, and I'm so glad that I'm able to share my experience here in Australia. I think before I start, I guess, giving you guys a rundown as to how we do this in our company here. I moved to Australia 6 years ago, and I personally have experienced working for a company that does not necessarily embrace diversity. I did not have a pleasant experience. I personally struggled within a team, and so I feel like that has really molded, my knowledge and my, I guess, my commitment in ensuring that when I am able to start my own company here in Australia, I definitely have to make sure that it is inclusive, it is a safe environment, and we are, obviously promoting all types of employees from all types of different backgrounds. At Super Cheeto, we have three pillars as to how we make sure that it is very inclusive. First of all, we go through a fair recruitment process. So what that looks like is we go beyond what's in paper. A lot of the applicants here, they send their CVs, they send their cover letters. They don't necessarily include a photo. They don't necessarily include, where they studied, because that's not important here in Australia. What's important is what can you bring to the table? What's your attitude? A lot of Australians hire, they look at attitude first before your skill set. There's also a couple of illegal questions that you can't necessarily ask in an interview here in Australia. So a couple of them are around your relationship, your age. We're not allowed to ask what your age is, what's your ethnic background, where your accent is from, what type of religion do you follow or do you have? Are you planning on starting a family? Are you pregnant? Who do you vote for? Who do you want to be the next prime minister? Or do you have a physical or mental disability? So I am quite fortunate, or we are quite fortunate here, that that's very illegal, and you really can't ask those questions. But I guess as a business owner, that's something, again, that we're extremely passionate about. So fair recruitment process, absolutely number one. Number two, so when you are employed already in a company, it's important that we build an inclusive culture. So what that means is really making sure that everyone has a voice. no matter what your position is. Here in Australia, we don't really call anyone, ma'am or sir, or we don't really use any of those terms. We call each other by using our first names, and we have an open door policy, at least in a lot of organizations here. So it's easy for an employee to call, the manager, or it's easy for them to call the business owner, because everyone has a voice. Like, it is a culture that they believe that everyone has a skill set that they could bring to the table that no one else has. Um, so I guess apart from that, we need to make sure that it is a safe environment. What I mean by that is there's definitely a culture here wherein, because we have Fair Work Australia as well, so you cannot be bullied. And if you feel like you are being bullied in your workplace, it's so easy to phone Fair Work Australia and say, hey, I don't feel comfortable in my workplace. These are the things that I have experienced. Can someone help me out? And from there, they can obviously start an investigation and make sure that everyone is looked after. Apart from that, I guess also embracing disagreement and practicing empathy. That's very important. Wherever you are as a future employee, wherever you guys are planning on going, it is very important that you have that growth mindset and that open mindset, that you will meet different kinds of people that have different backgrounds, different skill sets, and it is okay to disagree with these people. It is healthy after all. But what's important is you walk away from that conversation knowing that you have practiced empathy, and you have practiced that growth mindset, and you remain polite and you remain open to feedback after that. But yeah, that's it mainly for me. Fair recruitment process, building an inclusive culture, and making sure you embrace disagreement and you practice empathy.
I love that. Thank you so much for opening up that discussion, Mr. Iniego.
Right. So this is a really good question, and I think it's something that isn't being talked about a lot, no? And I think it's good that it is, at least here. One thing, the funny thing is actually at PDAX, inclusion, that word in itself is actually part of our core values, right? Like it is. And it's very important for us. And and inclusion comes in other ways as well. It's not just like, everyone from like different backgrounds. We also make it to a point that employees, regardless of their role, they have we want them to feel that they have a voice, inside the company. Even if you're from another department, like you could, like we implemented this thing where in our department, like marketing, we would have a form, right? A Google form where anyone who had ideas could actually write in their ideas and kind of like mail it into marketing, and then we'll see, and we'll wait, and like everyone has a voice. We also have our monthly marketing brainstorms where everyone's actually invited, like anyone from the company. Like, I'll drop the link there and anyone can come in, right? Because we feel like, we want everyone to feel that all ideas matter, and everyone like has an important, part in all of this. So I think when we talk about inclusion, aside from like the diversity in the workforce, as well, we want to prioritize also like the feelings of our actual employees and make sure that they do feel, no one's left out, um and all these things fit in our culture. And one thing I want to add is with our hiring process as well. uh Similar to Beatrice, right? Like, imagine, and I can't speak for other companies, but at least based on my experiences, I've worked in other companies as well. In the Philippines, there's this big thing where um a person or a student, right? Like, let's say students, because I've been here as a student, right? There's really a big weight being put on your CV and your credentials on what school you graduated from. I mean, I'll just put it out there. That's the reality, right? And there's reasoning behind that, of course. Like, there has been a good reputation for certain schools to produce certain talent, and we get that. But one thing at PDAX as well, one of the most important things we look at is actually something we call cultural fit, right? Is this person an actually, can fit, cult in our culture that we're building in PDAX. So it doesn't matter what school this person's from, right? Like, as long as, we have that conversation with this person, and we get that vibe going, and we feel like, this person would be a good fit, that person can come in. And PDAX, like, we have people from different schools, different backgrounds. There's really lots of diversity there, and I think it's an important thing to have. And I want to share with everyone here that at the end of the day, character is really important, and I think character trumps everything. And that is something that you should kind of like keep in mind, regardless of like what happens in the job market. Things are crazy with the COVID-19 pandemic, but if in your heart of hearts, you have a good character, and you always want to help, and you bring value, you're going to be in a good position.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Niego. Again, Miss Nakor. Wow, that is amazing. If I were to summarize both of your amazing insights, from the great Simon Sinek itself, you don't hire for skills, you hire for attitude. Skills can be taught. Your attitude, it can't be taught. It will always be there. And that is an amazing um, way to start our amazing discussion. So to go on to our next question, I'd like to ask now on challenges, because there are challenges that would always be imminent when it comes to companies, when it comes to the employees. So especially now in this COVID-19 pandemic. And so I'd like to ask on what challenges has your company faced in cross-cultural exchanges, if there has been. Um, I'd love to get to hear these experiences of yours. Miss Nakor.
A lot of challenges. We could stay here all day, guys, talking about these challenges. But I think, I to give you a clear example, in hospitality here in Australia, a lot of the team members that we have are either migrants or locals. And Australian language, a lot of it is shortened, so you can't necessarily sometimes understand what they're saying, because either they're talking too fast, or they shorten a lot of their words. So I think when I first moved here, I struggled to really understand a lot of what they were trying to tell me, and that in itself obviously was a challenge, because sometimes, even if what you mean is really truly well, if you can't necessarily communicate back, they misunderstand it, and then they might think you're rude. But that's also, I guess, being a Filipino, sometimes we are quite shy in asking some people to repeat what they just said, or we are also sometimes shy in saying, oh, I don't necessarily understand what you just said, do you mind repeating that for me? But yeah, like, I guess a lot of it comes from just that cross-cultural background is so important. And a lot of the challenges would just come from communication. It's just because the way we speak English, for example, it's very different compared to one another, and the speed is different. And sometimes the way that we word things is also quite different. So to I guess combat that, what's really important is just to remind ourselves that alone we can do so little, right? Like, we've heard this so many times, but together we can do so much. That even if there are challenges out there, and again, it's normal, you will experience this in any workplace that you go to, Philippines, Indonesia, Australia, wherever you are in the world, it is normal. However, knowing that everyone, no matter how they communicate with you, you guys have the same goal, and you guys have the same vision. And at the end of the day, when you're at work, you need to be able to put that emotion aside, and you need to remain professional, and really just say at the end of the day, I'm so sorry, like, I think I misunderstood what you say, but do you mind just repeating that? I really want us to work better together in the future. And I guess going back to the first question that we had, that's when your attitude will shine. That's when employers would actually know who you are, because then they'll really see that this team member, this employee is very humble. This team member does not avoid conflict. This team member does not run away from confrontation, but in fact, this team member can actually, she or he has the ability to rise through it. And that's a type of communication skill that I hope everyone will be able to have, because it is an essential skill in the workforce.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nakor. Mr. Niego.
Right. So at PDAX, actually, most of the employees are actually Filipino. So I wouldn't say there's really a cross culture, challenge. However, there are certain challenges that is brought about by this new work setup. And not so much culturally, like a different difference in, nationals and all that, but just the fact that everything is online right now, and imagine chat, right? Like chat or text or whatever you is being used in the work. So we use Slack or email, right? The words that you type in these chat platforms, unless you use emojis, like they do not carry a certain tone, right? Like no one would know if I was angry or sad. Like, so if I simply say okay, let's say I was so busy, someone asked me a long question or like, is this approved? And then, let's say I'm busy, I just type okay, right? Even if I wasn't trying to be snob, right? Like maybe someone will feel like, oh, parang Nick's that seems like, snobbish, or like, is he mad? He just said okay, right? Like, or like, and not even the okay, just like okay, right? Like those two words. So those things can happen, and a lot of things can get lost in translation during, with this current, work setup, as everyone's trying to adjust to the remote work lifestyle. And I think the key here, and one learning that we've had here, is to over communicate, right? Over communication can really help solve a lot of these things. So like what Beatrice said, like if something's not clear, don't just keep it in, like make it known that it's not clear, and then let the person, like the other person would be sharing it or repeating it. And one lesson like I've learned from many years ago is when something is not clear. For example, like you were speaking with someone and that person said like he didn't really understand it, the burden of communicating it back is really on the speaker. It's always on the speaker. Like as the speaker, you are the one to, have to repeat it and make sure that the listener gets it. And I think that's something that people have to really learn fast and adapt in this current space, because the truth is, right, like even when the pandemic's gone, right, like whenever that is, most companies maybe will still retain a some work from home kind of setup, 2 days, 3 days, whatever that may be. And it's very important that, communication is really on point to avoid these certain conflicts that may come about.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Iniego. I'd like to just point out something. Again, thank you so much. Your answers have been so amazing. Before we drop into our next segment, I just thought of a perfect analogy on what the two of you have shared. It's you attending FORSEA, the ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021. You may be here with the intention of having a certificate, but because thinking that it would be best for your CV. But as you've heard from our amazing speakers, it's not on the piece of paper that you're going to get. It's the learnings that you're going to be with it. It's the patience that you're going to pursue while the data connection is not stable. It's these values all together combined of you becoming a delegate, understanding the perspective of an organizer and what is expected of you, and to actually put these learnings that you are continuously having in the summit outside of the summit and actually actualizing it into action. And so, we talked about to be global competitive in our first topic. And now we're entering in this new topic of, embracing inclusivity, giving opportunity regardless of what school you come from or the different technicalities that may come in. And so these things are promoted, and I hope that this gives you a new light into our respective careers altogether. So I just wanted to point that out. Leon, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you to to the previous speakers on their discussion. Like it was very inspiring to know that it's not about where you come from, but it's the attitudes, the values, and the goals that you hold that are really important in the workplace. Now, I'd like to address my question to Mr. Hutomo. Now, what Ms. Nakora and Ms. Aniego previously said, there were many challenges in this new kind of diverse and distant workplace, especially in communication. So how do we as fresh graduates adapt to this new working environment, perhaps?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Can you hear my voice now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think we all agree that college environment is totally different with working environment. Imagine that while working, you will face many people from various background in terms of age, level, status, attitude, and they will be the people that you should deal with on a daily basis. So in my experience, so I think there are 5 things that we need to really consider during starting of our career. First, I would say in terms of attitude, I think this is the most basic yet most important thing from all points that we should do. I think we all agree that any company will prefer to employ the well-mannered employee and develop their competencies rather than employee who's having good competencies but lack in attitudes. You may have good skills in doing your job, but if you don't greet your colleagues in the lift, or you don't, or maybe you laugh too loud in the office room while the others still working, well, I think the competencies may not be considered at all. And the second part is when you're in college, I think just focus on the assignment. Sometimes, just go to school and going back, and we don't really care about what the other people are thinking, and just want to be ourselves. But in a working life, I think you must adjust yourself with other people's and situation. See how you can add value to them, and how they can benefit from our presence. And the third thing is, always wanting to learn, always thirsty for learning. So yeah, always. Be proactive. Sorry, the third thing is being proactive. In order to adjust with the new job, or dealing with the new colleagues, I think we all must be proactive. Start by greeting your colleagues when you meet them. Greet to your superior, asking them if they need some help, asking them to join lunch with you, or even start a very simple chit chat throughout the simple things. And keep smiling to whoever you meet might be great, and when you're working on physically. And fourth thing is, always want to learn, be thirsty for new information, because sometimes, like when we finish our college, having no experience but must accomplish the project which is delegated to you, can make you worry, stress, frustrated, and all. That is why you need to be a fast learner. List down all the projects, all the targets, and always wanting to hear some inputs, feedback from the seniors. And also don't forget to, join trainings and seminar to increase your knowledge and improve the skills. Last but not least is, of course, we need to always build your network. I think this forum like this is the best way to connect with other people from different university, different companies, and maybe even different country. Not only to build our own competency, but networking is very, very important. We can start joining more workshop, more seminar, participate in the office activities, and build your personal branding in the social media, such as LinkedIn. I think I think I mentioned before, it's very important. Social media, you want to thrive in your career, and at the end of the day, it will, and I'm sure it will give a great impact for your next career. I think there's 5 practical tips that you can start, doing it or take any action after this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hutomo. And hopefully, with all the tips that you can share, it'll make it easier for maybe fresh graduates to adapt to this new workplace. Sadly, I have to end the discussion here due to it going a bit over time. I'll now hand it over to Myers, who will be moderating again our open forum.
All right. I love the honesty, Leon. But once again, thank you so much for our amazing speakers. This was an amazing topic, a lighter approach in contrast to our first career-focused topic. This is promoting diversity in the ASEAN workplace. You know what time is it? It's time to have our open forum. I'm sure that everyone has a lot of questions regarding this topic. As such, we will be opening the floor for another open forum in regards to this topic with our amazing speakers. Again, you may send your questions in the Zoom chat box through our assigned facilitators, or to all the delegates watching in Facebook Live. Just comment it down below and we'll make sure to read and, of course, communicate it with our team. So continue asking questions. And even though there is no open forum, I actually encourage you to just keep on asking, just keep on questioning yourself, just keep on asking and, reflect on all these learnings that you have heard. That's the beauty of this career summit, all in all. With that said, our team has already prepared our questions. And so now I hope that you're ready for our speakers. I hope you're ready. So now we'd like to get your insights, personal insights outside the organization, you as individuals thereof. And so for our first question, in certain fields, wouldn't it be necessary to state physical or mental disabilities? Mental health now is in the mix. For instance, in the field of medicine, those with special mental conditions have to state this and provide doctoral diagnosis. It will also help co-workers accommodate the person, since disabilities can sometimes affect work and relationships. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts on this matter from Anonymous. With that said, Ms. Dharma, would you like to begin?
Yeah, I think this is a very, very good question. There are certain situations wherein these kinds of qualifications would be necessary for compliance purposes, and because it directly affects the quality of work that you're going to do. So my take on this, for certain industries, like for example, the one that you mentioned, like medicine, for example, I think it's a must to actually declare and be fully transparent about how we're feeling. But I also want to hone in on some of the practices that we've had as companies, that when people are actually being more transparent, when they're actually showing more vulnerabilities or being more authentic about their background, maybe their medical background or certain areas, the common reflex would be, as a company, is it a liability or it is a liability immediately? I think it's also a wake-up call for companies at that or startups to rethink how we frame these kinds of recruitment practices, on how we envision the values that we get and the people that we take into the company, and to also celebrate this kind of honesty and full transparency from the people that we hire.
All right, thank you so much. Does anyone in our panel does anyone want to add to the question? None? All right. No one? Okay. Oh, no one. Okay. So let's now proceed to our next question. Thank you so much, Ms. Garmo. Next,
I think Attorney Frederick has a question.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Myros, I just like to add, I guess it wouldn't hurt to declare that if you have such a condition. Many companies now, with what's happening right now, the situation that we are in right now, have engaged a third-party service provider. Like in our case, we have engaged a professional service provider to assist our people in their mental health illness. So if you are part of the workforce and you are experiencing something, please come forward, and very likely your company would have some program in place to assist you. It's better for you to come out and volunteer yourself, and rather than keeping it to yourself and leaving the company just because you thought that you are not fit in your company. Precisely why companies are engaging professionals to assist its people encountering mental illness, for example, is because the companies also care for its people and would like everyone in the company to be successful. So it wouldn't hurt if you would come forward and be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Landicho. Apologies for not seeing your raised hand. Yeah, thank you so much for both of your insights on this. We have so many questions from our participants. So let's go on to our next question. What advice can you give to young professionals in adjusting to new environments that do not highlight the essence of diversity and anti-discrimination? Again, what advice can you give to young professionals in adjusting to new environments that do not highlight the essence of diversity and anti-discrimination? How about we give the floor first to Mr. Abe? Mr. Abe?
Yes. So I think the question is more of how do we adapt to an environment where you're it's not I'd say it's not they're not really open to a diversity setup, right? Uh okay, well, for me, honestly, like I don't think I've really encountered something like this, although I remember when I was my first big role as actually as a regional operations officer in SM, and most of it is it's a very local work. It's a my business unit is it's quite local. It's full of Filipinos. It's very macho actually when I first came in here, and one of the things that we did encounter was that uh, I guess it was years ago anyway, but it was very macho. It's very testosterone, and oftentimes, when you with Filipino guys, it's very machismo, and it kind of alienates certain segments. Like, of course, we had teammates who were women, and they were not very always comfortable with how things went, the banter, and a lot of other things. And it was on my end because I had to confess because because being Filipino as being my first job, there was a bit of where I had to go to the flow. But I sort of realized though that as my thinking evolved and as sort of when my mind sort of changed and I realized later on that this was not really okay as a thing that in terms of really accommodating those things because uh, we as we go on, I guess we later on anyway, HR really had emphasis on changing that, which is to have more representation of women into our business unit, and then that sort of changed the calculus a bit, and it did solve a bit of the problem. But I think on my end, I think some of the changes had to really come from me, which is really just not to tolerate those sort of situations or not really not just let that thing go with the flow. And yeah, I think that is one thing that's really lesson learned for me.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir Aaron. How about you, Mr. Lozada?
All right. Okay. I think the conversation, I think the topic of diversity, inclusivity, and also empowerment of, I guess, minority groups I think, is a ongoing discussion. I think this is not something that is a relatively, how would I say this? Not all environments nor organizations are ready nor prepared to introduce certain practices. And the way that I see it, it becomes a responsibility uh, for both the management and the workforce to somehow get in introduce that discussion within their own organizations. I think it's an ongoing topic. It's an ongoing progress that the world is experiencing right now. And as an organization, of course, it would be great if the workforce or those that want to enter into these organizations would somehow introduce these concepts and empower themselves to really enact some policies or possibly enact some practices within their respective organizations or even in their small departments to really introduce this kind of thing. Because the way I see it, the conversation has been started globally. However, it will take a while for us to really get into that movement and to really create a very diverse and very inclusive work environment. So us as the young professionals, we have to share that responsibility with the rest of the world in introducing these to the organizations that we want to enter into and the organizations that somehow have lagged behind in this particular practice.
All
so
right.
That's my take on it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abe. So again, thank you so much on that. That's an amazing advice. Thank you both for that answers. So to end, since we're really
Sorry, Myro.
running out of time.
It's me
Yes.
again.
Yes.
If I
Okay,
can
go
share
on, Arnie.
also, Myro, sorry.
on.
I guess to the person who asked the question, if you are in the Philippines, I would really encourage you to push for change because This topic has been around for quite some time already, and it has been a journey for everyone. And I guess most companies are already far ahead in that journey. And if your company is not yet into that journey, then it's really up to you to make sure that you take that first step towards this journey. As I guess, so long as it does not impact your productivity, your efficiency, does not impact the quality of your work, then I would really encourage you to little by little push for change. Now, if you are not in the Philippines, I know in some other parts of the region that there are laws that or customs that are less tolerant of this diversity and inclusion due to matters of religion, cultures, long-standing traditions and beliefs. And that really presents a unique challenge on diversity and inclusion. But if you are from the Philippines, by all means, I would really encourage you to push for that change little by little. And I would suggest that your first step should be with your HR. To talk to your HR. I'm sure this is something that in the radar of your HR. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Landicho. And I agree, especially for us Gen Zs, let's push for change for the better, for a more equitable and inclusive world through, of course, the companies that we get to enter one by one.
Be the change you want to be, right?
Yes, Sir Aaron. All right. A lot of you want to answer that question. I believe you have similar, and really very necessary sentiments that our delegates would really learn a lot too. So without further ado, let me ask our last question. There are so many questions. We'll make sure to get all of your questions for those questions that we were not able to give to our esteemed panelists. So to ask our last question, what can I ask for some advice on how I can improve my socialization skills? How can we improve socialization skills? Anyone in our esteemed panel can answer that. How can we improve socialization skills, a soft skill?
Wait, I want to answer that.
Okay, go, Sir Aaron.
Do your first job in sales. That's great. I would say try it out for a lot of people. I think the best thing you can do is it's either you be a teacher or you be a salesperson. And I've done a little bit of both, and it's really helped me out a lot because I used to be a very shy person as well. And I think if you put yourself in uncomfortable situations where you have to be in front of someone and you got to be in front of a lot of people, hey, it helps. I know.
All right. Thank you so much, Aaron. Yes, who would like
to?
Yeah,
talk with foreign international students. I think that's great. Expose yourself, actually, as well.
Yeah. To share, personally, I got to grow up with Americans. So yeah, that really certainly did help a lot. Okay. Who else on our esteemed panel would like to answer?
I think just to build up on what Eric mentioned as well, was a lot of people will actually suffer from imposter syndrome, which hinders us from, connecting with other people. So, and especially women, you will feel like when you enter the workforce and it's a corporate world and there's a ladder and then you're dealing with a lot of men in relation to what the other panelist was mentioning earlier. I think there's also a question as well, when you socialize to people, the question of authenticity comes into table. So anything that you have to say has to resonate with who you are, what your values are, what your principles are, because otherwise, if you're faking it, people will still smell that. So authenticity sells. That's why YouTuber sells. That's why influencers sell, because authenticity sells. And that's something that we've clouded because of the regimens that we've imposed, because of social norms. But definitely, if you want to socialize, just be yourself. Sounds cliche, but true.
Very beautiful, Ms. Garmo. Authenticity sells. To become genuine, to be who you are, to be yourself. That's all you need to
comment on that. I think
okay, go, Mr. Aaron.
Sorry. I just want to say, I really agree with her that sometimes it helps to find out what your authentic self is. Sometimes it takes you being uncomfortable, and sometimes it takes trying different things, but eventually you do find it. But you become comfortable in your skin. Sometimes not everyone will like it, but I think it also helps that you attract the people who like you as you are.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Aaron. Who would like to answer? Do we still have panelists that would like to give their insights on our last question on socialization? Are we good? I don't see raised hands. I guess we're good. All right. We'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, we don't have the time. But we'll make sure to send in over your questions, and we'll try to answer them at the end of this event.
And with that, we will now be formally concluding our open forum discussion for the importance of diversity in the ASEAN workplace. To the audience, we hope that your questions were entertained. And if not, again, as Maya said, we may address them at the end. And of course, let's all give our thanks to our speakers who shared their insights on.
Yes, yes, yes. All right. Again, thank you so much again for our speakers for both of our first and second panel. We hope that the delegates here have learned valuable insights on the importance of businesses for ASEAN and Southeast Asians, us in terms of diversity and economic integration.
But before we move on towards our third and final topic for our corporate panel, we will be having a short intermission break. So delegates, again, allow yourselves to sit back, relax, and enjoy what we have in store for you, courtesy of Rochelle Rodriguez from the Philippines, Noor Amalina Zaki from Malaysia, and Audrey Chan from Singapore, as directed by Adel Hui from the Philippines.
Enjoy your break.
Ako'y munting tinig, may munting pangarap. Samyo ng bulaklak sa hanging malinis. May ngiti sa araw at kung umulan, makapagtampisaw, malayang daigdig ng kawalang malay. Come, young citizens of the world, we are one. We are one. Come, young citizens of the world, we are one. We are one. We have one hope. We have one dream, and with one voice we and love for all mankind. Peace, prosperity, and love for all mankind. I am but a small voice, I have but a small dream, to smile upon the sun, be free to dance and sing, be free to sing my song to everyone. Come, young citizens of the world, we are one. We are one. Come, young citizens
From this distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena.
That ends our break. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're still there. Welcome. We are now at the final leg of our corporate panel for our first ever ASEAN Youth Career Summit. Our last topic for this panel is instilling corporate social responsibility in ASEAN.
Before we proceed, I'd like to ask the audience again, does anyone know any kinds of corporate social responsibilities? If so, what part of the environment does it tackle? And do you think that this is difficult to integrate into an organization, and why? But to let our audience give time to answer, I'd like to ask you, Myers, what do you think about this?
Yeah, as a development studies major, corporate social responsibility is now on the verge of what we really want to expect when it comes to companies, because all of us has a social responsibility. It really doesn't start with the company, it starts with us as individuals. We have social responsibilities in our nationalities, in ASEAN, and as a global citizen. And so for companies to focus on corporate social responsibility, on CSRs, is what makes development unique and and helps the environment all throughout, especially when it comes to the sustainable development goals. How about you, Leon?
Yeah, I believe social responsibility is very important, and it's a good thing that it's being talked about a lot more, especially in the corporate world, because they also play a large role in how our society or our economies operate. So I hope by doing this, we can, by having a more emphasis on social responsibility, we can tackle things such as discrimination, climate change, and all of these things. If corporations also come together with, organizations such as yours or the public sector to make this world a better place, I think.
I agree. And that's also where we get to see the collaborations of all stakeholders of the nonprofit organizations, to the private sector, and of course to our government when it comes to, of course, creating initiatives that is for the betterment of our society. So let's hear from, how about our people here at Zoom? I'm already seeing a lot of comments from our Facebook delegates tuning in on Facebook. How about here on Zoom? We'd like to know your thoughts on CSRs. All right, I'm getting to see a lot of comments. Let me know, what is the first thing you get to think of when you think of CSR? It's familiar to some, it really is not to some. And so let's have an alignment together of what CSR is. And it's okay. Go take your research. CSR, it's just new for some, and it's always on the go. I believe Deloitte has a CSR. I remember going to Deloitte's building in the gig. It was a very amazing facility, and I was there for my nomination as a CSR nominee for the CSR awards of the Natillo and Lab Foundation. So yeah, that's a personal sharing of mine. How about the others? How about you, Leon? Would you like to add on that?
Uh, no, not really. I don't really have that much experience, but from the chat, a lot of people seem to say that, they also, it's kind of like a new concept to them and they never really heard of it, but that's okay. Hopefully through this panel, you'll get to know more about what corporate social responsibility actually is, and its role in this world.
I agree. I agree.
But
Okay.
anyways, it's such a great feeling knowing that our future leaders or the delegates in AYCS are thinking about these things. And this is a future that is bright, and I cannot wait for it if all of this gets implemented.
Yes, I agree. And I would like to put a disclaimer there to those who do not know what CSR is yet, do not feel left out. We're here to discuss, and the reason of you being part of the ASEAN Youth Career Summit is exemplified on getting to know a new topic, which is CSR. That is going to be very essential to our careers, as Gen Zs, as the youth. And so our goal for this topic is to spread awareness of how important it is to become socially and environmentally responsible. I'm sure we are all excited to learn more about this urgent need, especially as we enter a new normal in an era of fast-paced globalization. Without further ado, I would like to invite our final set of panelists, Mr. Abe Lozada of Launch Garage Innovation Hub, Miss Eliza Garma of Garma Farm Incorporated, and last but not the least, we have attorney Frederick Landicho of Deloitte Philippines. So you've heard them answer some of our questions earlier. You are familiar with them. Now it's time to get a deep dive when it comes to what their insights are in CSR. With that said, let's begin. So I hope we can start. I hope that this can be our um procedure. Let's start with Mr. Abe on answering, followed by Ms. Eliza, then Attorney Landicho. For our first question, what labor-friendly CSR projects has your company initiated? We'd love to hear that. Again, what labor-friendly CSR projects has your company initiated? Mr. Abe, you may begin. All right. I've just heard now that Mr. Abe is having technical difficulties. Now we can go to Attorney Landicho first. Miss Beatrice, we'd love to have you in this panel. So, Attorney Landicho, we'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Myros. What I would like to do right now is to give our participants an insight on how CSR is being instilled in a global organization like Deloitte and how it's being implemented in this part of the world, especially during this pandemic. At Deloitte, we have always espoused the belief that the sustainability of our business is dependent on the success of the society and the nations that we are part of. At Deloitte, we have what we call as the Impact Day. This is a one day wherein we dedicate ourselves to giving back to our community. So we spend one day, we get out of our offices, we do volunteering activities, and so basically our people are out of the office and in order to return to the community. But in 2017, or some 4 years ago, our global CEO launched Deloitte's Global World Class Ambition, which is what you're seeing in my background right now. This is our organization-wide CSR commitment to help prepare 50 million individuals for the fourth industrial revolution by 2030. Because globally, millions are being left behind and unable to access education, skills, and opportunities. And through this world-class project, we aim to empower 50 million people to be part of a new world economy by giving them the skills that they need for the future. And the background to this is because in our nature of work, we are exposed to the emerging technologies that are rapidly changing the way we live, we work. So you've heard of artificial intelligence, you've heard of Internet of Things. These are the things that we do on a day-to-day basis. So these are the technologies and developments that are shaping the fourth industrial revolution. unfortunately, so many people who do not have access to these developments, they don't have access to opportunities and the education that would help prepare them to compete in the digital economy. That's the gap that we at Deloitte would like to address through our world-class ambition. The fourth industrial revolution is changing our society like never before. No? The advances in technologies, digitalization are driving change and disrupting almost every business sector. And of course, the current pandemic has certainly accelerated the pace of digitalization locally and in many other places. So it is our ambition to develop world-class knowledge and skills in others through programs such as workforce readiness, technology skills to prepare them for employment and entrepreneurship. And last year, our global CEO announced that we are doubling down on our target from 50 million to 100 million individuals. In Southeast Asia, in this part of the world, our world-class ambition focuses on children and youth as the primary beneficiary group, as they are our next generation of workforce and leaders. Our aim or our target at Southeast Asia is to impact 4 million futures by 2030. So during this pandemic, Deloitte firms across Southeast Asia responded to the lockdowns by providing desktops and laptops to educational institutions in the region that need extra support, especially when remote learning became a necessity due to the pandemic. In Singapore, for example, our Deloitte office raised funds and refurbished devices that were donated by our people and was able to support 300 children under the care of the Singapore Children's Society and other benefactors. In the case of our Malaysia office, they joined hands with YTL Foundation in providing 100 tablets to students from the bottom 40% of income households. Locally, we also handed over tablets to our partner university, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, for the use of their students and who have no means of participating in virtual classes. We also provided internet data to educators whom, when we learned that they're not getting enough support from the government. And just right before the first lockdown, our professionals trained 20 IT educators at PUP also on agile software development methodology. We believe that by equipping our educators with the skills to support our students, we are able to help close the skills gap for Filipino youth and prepare them for the future of work. We have also supported personal CSR of one of our professionals in Cebu. When we learned that he is doing something in order to support the healthcare professionals in Cebu because they are facing difficulties in getting masks and other protective equipment. So we were inspired to start a campaign to ensure that the supplies would reach those who desperately needs them. And through the combined effort, we were able to raise 200,000 pesos and use the funds to purchase face shields, protective suits, and face masks and distributed them to various hospitals in Cebu. So we at Deloitte, we do encourage our people to carry on with their personal CSR activity, and we are happy to support them so long as it is aligned with our own goals. During this pandemic, we have also developed video learning modules as part of our world-class program in partnership with Assist. The topics include cloud computing, mobile development, business continuity management system, and cybersecurity. And these modules were rolled out to our partner public universities. And very recently, we also completed an online mentoring session with the ALS learners of Baseco through the World Vision Bridge to Employment Program. Our professionals engaged in meaningful virtual conversation with their mentees to help them identify and achieve personal development goals. They also encourage the students to develop good character, a positive mindset, and useful skill sets, as well as foster high level of engagement and a career vision. So, in Myanmar, our colleagues supported the Myanmar Mobile Education, the MIME project, which provides English language classes for Myanmar's youth. The MIME project is quite unique. It's an informal education and outreach program that provides training and assistance to children who have been compelled into servitude. So it achieves this by bringing the classroom directly to them, where they live and work. And by the end of this year, it is estimated that more than 5,000 youths who had dropped out of school would have gained access to these English lessons. As you can see, most of our interventions are designed to happen early, such as giving young students to this access to technologies, because change is happening at such a fast pace. And the longer we wait to expose them to these technologies, the harder it will be for them to catch up. Our video learning modules, for example, on BCMS, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and mobile development, they are all designed to prepare our students for the future, for the job of the future. So during this pandemic, our CSR projects has been focused mainly on improving the quality education, skills development, and providing access to opportunity to support the underserved and underrepresented population. All of these were targeted to improve educational outcomes of our next generation of workforce, and we have executed them while maintaining the safety of our people at the same time. Our people are now, they already missed doing our regular tree planting activities. We have committed to plant 20 hectares of land in Rizal, in the Marikina watershed area. And so far we have planted 15 hectares already. So I guess once things goes back to normal, we will be resuming our climate project initiatives also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Landicho, for that very comprehensive report on what Deloitte has been doing when it comes to CSRs. That's truly inspiring. Now, let's give the floor to Ms. Karma.
Yep. Just to answer this question, what are the labor practices that we've done, or projects that we've done? Garma Farm is essentially a social enterprise company. It was built at the dawn of pandemic. Just to give you a bit of context, I'm a daughter of a farmer. My family's a farmer. We own a few hectares of lands. And one thing that we noticed during the pandemic happened was the turnover of vegetables was very hard. It's logistically painful to actually sell those vegetables to the users themselves. So what we've done was to actually create an e-commerce platform for the end user to actually order vegetables. This bridges gap between the farmers and the user. It actually reduces the middleman itself, since the margin goes directly to the farmer themselves. Our target initially was to partner with 50 farmers. All those 50 farmers can offer different fruits, different vegetables. I didn't actually expect it to pan out. So at least for the next 12 to 18 months, we want to target help at least maybe 500 farmers. Quite ambitious, but hopefully it can also go for overreaching audience, like maybe in region 3. In some companies that I also hold as a consultant, one of the things that we do for social responsibility was to actually invest on mental health. So we actually bought several mental health apps. It could be a meditation app, it could be an outsource counseling sessions, because we understand that the reality right now is most people are not feeling good. We're living in a dangerous time. So we actually finance those licenses for our people, just for them to feel heard, for them to feel that their mental health is being prioritized at this point. I think the major also question that we also have to ask is, since you guys are business people, was that major question as well as the company, will CSR be profitable? That was also the question that most companies or revenue-driven leaders would ask themselves, whether this is something that will profit the company itself, or will it have an ROI at the end of the day? Essentially, yes. If you wanted to build your own company one day and you're thinking, oh my God, this is just another cost, or I don't want to be Superman, or I don't want to save everyone else. Essentially, when you have a business and you want to do CSR, in a generation like this, where brands are actually trying to get everyone else's attention, the competition is very stiff. Very, very critical to hone in your brand as a brand that hopefully and genuinely cares about other people. That will set you apart from the rest. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much, Miss Nakor. I agree. Thank you so much for sharing.
I think that would be Miss Garma.
Oh, sorry, Miss Garma. Apologies.
No worries.
Yeah, it's apologies. Thank you so much. Now we go on to Miss Nakor. We'd love to know your initiatives.
Yeah. For us, being a quite a small business, there's only limited things that we could do right now. But there's two major, I guess, CSR projects that we've done. So when we've set up this business, we made sure that we have partnered with sustainable suppliers. So for example, here in Australia, there's a toilet paper brand that's called Who Gives a Crap. I don't know if a lot of you have heard about that brand, but the 50% of their profits actually goes to building toilets all over the world. So we continuously would do our research and development and making sure that in all of the things that we use in our business, they're all sustainable and they're all ethical as well. And second, we yes, it's a very creative name, Who Gives a Crap. And also we do pay it forward campaigns as well. So because we are obviously a food business, we do give away free food once in a while. So I know at the beginning of COVID, we've given away free food to hospitality workers because I know that a lot of restaurants have shut down here in Victoria. And then after that, we've also given away free food as well to frontliners because we know for a fact that a lot of the frontliners, they do hundreds of hours and they are putting their lives at risk, right, with the pandemic that we have. So we try and contribute as much as we can, whether it is a small step, but we are hoping that as we grow, we're able to definitely contribute more to society.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Nakor. And we finally welcome back Sir Abe. Sir Abe, I hope you're still here with us. The question that we were addressing now is what labor-friendly CSR projects has your company initiated? We'd love to hear from you.
All right. Okay. Apologies because I had a little technical difficulty. But then for corporate social responsibility, we're primarily in the tech scene. So we have been always supporting tech startups and we have been supporting venture capital and other corporations in this aspect. And I think I share the same organization size as Ms. Beatrice. So I think we're quite a small organization. However, the way that we enact corporate social responsibility is the opportunity for tech startups or access to tech entrepreneurship resources is not necessarily available immediately, especially for the ecosystem such as for Southeast Asian ecosystems. So the efforts that we're currently doing right now is that we're working a lot with government. We're working a lot with the different agencies on how tech entrepreneurship would be able or would be made accessible to individuals, teams, and founders that have good ideas, have good skills, and have good resources, and be able to have a channel for them to meet with the right mentors, meet with the right partners, and possibly the right funding in order for them to really scale their businesses. Apart from that, I think we're also working with large corporations in terms of their corporate innovation, because we believe that in the small ways that a large corporation would be able to innovate, it will trickle down into the many economies that really interact with their supply chain or with their value chain in general. So we're working with them through providing more access, more responsible use of their data, more responsible use of the available technologies, and it trickles down to the people within their organizations and the partners that they have as an organization. So I guess even before COVID, this was this thing that we were really trying to instill, our social responsibility in getting every single one or every single stakeholder within the ecosystem of the government and in the ecosystem of large corporations into a more innovative and more digitally enabled process and more digitally enabled resources. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sir Abe. To all our panelists, thank you so much. Now, Leon, would you love to go on with our next question?
Thank you. It's very interesting to know that, whether you're a big or small company, you can still impact your local and even global communities, whether it be through improving mental health, food security, or regional human capital development? For this question, I'd like to focus on the latter. I want to ask, how does CSR play a major role in regional human capital development? Can we start with Sir Abe on this?
All right, sure. So the way the organization is structured is that we work with an accelerator called Plug and Play Tech Center, which is a global accelerator operating across 34 different offices globally. So in the way that corporate social responsibility is would be able to help at least with improvement of human capital, it's first, I think, it creates some sort of like a mission amongst the people within the organization, that this is what we are aligned with, as compared to certain organizations that might be primarily known for their great top line. I think it aligns a lot of the people within the organization to really see on what the triple bottom line of this organization is. And the way that corporate social responsibility plays into that is that it's not only lip service, but then it's something that every single one can see and possibly contribute to. And the way that I see it, I've been working with a very cosmopolitan team. We have people from very various cultures, very various backgrounds. However, given the contribution, or at least with the united social responsibility that we wish to enact, we see ourselves growing and pushing ourselves to the same direction, and somehow improving ourselves to really get us and get the rest of our stakeholders into this particular social contribution that we do. And it's very great. I think it's a very invigorating environment. It's a very invigorating culture, that growth is somehow just a consequence, or it's a natural consequence of what we have as a group towards the mission that we want to create, or the mission that we want to enact.
Thank you. That's very insightful on how this kind of mindset that growth is a byproduct of social contribution. Now, I'd also like to ask Attorney Landicho about the same question. Previously, you've highlighted Deloitte's numerous CSR initiatives. Why do you think these, or how do you see these playing a major role in regional human capital development?
Yeah, I guess one good example of CSR contributing to human capital development is one of the projects that we undertook during this pandemic. The one I mentioned earlier, the video learning modules. Our volunteers produce the content and serve as on-camera talents for those video learning modules. So if you watch those modules, the people that you see there are real Deloitte people. So again, the coverage of those modules are business continuity management system, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and mobile development. These are topics that we specialize in. That's why our people are very confident being the talent themselves in that module. And aside from specializing in these topics, we also offer this as a service to our clients. So we do this on a day-to-day basis. And we believe that it will give students an edge when they join the labor market. Take BCMS, for example, our business continuity management system. Our partner universities informed us that this is not something that they teach in great detail to their students. They may mention it as a concept to students, especially to those taking business management, but it isn't covered extensively. So our team had been working with clients, helping them develop their own BCMS, especially during this pandemic, because many organizations were caught unprepared by this pandemic, the lockdowns that happened. So our professionals in Deloitte who work with those clients and specialize in BCMS, this is a proprietary Deloitte material that they use. We tap into all of that in developing the video learning modules. So that's the kind of learning that we want our world-class beneficiaries to gain from our video modules. And through our partner NGO called Assist, we share these video learning modules with our partner universities free of charge, no cost. So, and we have also made these video learning modules available to the public through our social media platforms. When we launched these videos modules sometime in October 2020, just last year, when we check it sometime in April this year, there were already more than 9,000 learners who had watched the videos and successfully passed the corresponding knowledge check. And there is a test at the end of the module of the video. And if you pass the test, we are able to issue a certification of completion to those who pass the test. So it's important for the private sector to get involved in CSR projects like this that go towards education, because we are advancing faster than the public sector, especially here in the Philippines. We have the know-how, we have the technology, which makes it our responsibility to cascade that knowledge to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a very interesting point that you brought up at the end, that the private sector can act complementary to the public sector in helping transition towards the fourth industrial revolution. Now I'd like to ask Ms. Nakoran what you think about this this question.
Yeah, look, having CSR projects, it definitely improves, the branding of a company. Like some companies will do it so that they become more attractive and they get, the top talents in different countries. But I think as an employee, what's great about working for a company that has a good CSR project is that they feel like they have an impact. They feel like that, apart from just the work that they do every day, they definitely have the ability to make a difference in a greater scheme of things.
I see, thank you. And how about you, Ms. Karma?
Yeah, I think one thing, in addition to what Beatrice mentioned earlier about improving your brand, is also one way to actually enable better engagement with your customers. Many CSR actually involves businesses which are directly talking to the members of society, may it be a normal human being, maybe a VC, maybe a CEO, and you can directly get their feedback on what you're currently doing. It not necessarily mean the business itself, but at least you gain word of mouth that is good. It's still the most effective form of advertising, I believe, and most customers resonate with that strongly.
I see. So, sorry. So, again, it's interesting how, as you brought up, CSR can also maybe improve the performance of a company through better customer service. Myers, would you like to ask the next question?
All right. Yeah. I'd like to ask everyone on how do you think CSR can benefit ASEAN's least developed countries lacking the technology to find a job and work? Again, how can CSR benefit ASEAN's least developed countries lacking the technology to find a job and work? Perhaps we can start with Sir Abe again, then proceed to Attorney Lanticho, Ms. Nakor, and Ms. Garma after. Sir Abe?
All right. So how to find jobs? I think that's a very tricky question, because the way that I want to approach this question would first be CSR would be a good reflection on how organizations or how companies or where their values are placed. I think the business model, how they make money and where their cost centers are of course part of the business. However, the CSR is a good reflection of where the company's values are. And I think there's a very finding jobs or finding these companies is basically available already online. Most of the companies have websites. Most of the companies already have access or have subscriptions to job matching platforms. And I think it's a matter of the workforce simply just finding the effort or finding the right tools to get in touch with these companies. In terms of the demographic, meaning that we as a developing economy and we as a relatively young tech ecosystem, most of the corporations that would like to market themselves would have a website one way or another, would have a access to media one way or another in order for them to really show where their values are aligned. So I suggest if the workforce is looking for a way for you to know more about the companies, it's a simple search with Google or a simple search through the different job platforms in knowing what jobs are available or what companies are really looking for people like you. And then how CSR primarily acts in that whole process or in that whole activity is simply a reflection of where their values are and what their priorities are as an organization. So I think given the audience that we have, I'm pretty sure you guys are more than savvy enough and have enough tools and access to information of the whole region on what kind of opportunities are available. And if CSR is something that you'd like to consider, look into the values of these organizations, look into the efforts and where their priorities are, so that you would be able to find a good alignment of these companies that align your values, align your principles, and would honestly be willing to take part with the mission that this organization wants to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Abe. And that's a very useful advice that we, as future graduates, should align ourselves with companies that we personally believe in, that share our values. But sadly, as I've been recently been told, we're running low on time, so I'm sorry we have to cut this discussion short again. However, we'll be moving to the open forum next. Well, hopefully you will get your chances again to speak by answering the audience's questions.
All right, thank you so much to our esteemed speakers. I was really delighted to learn all your insights when it comes to CSRs. To those companies that may be present here that do not have a CSR yet, maybe this is the time, this is the sign, honestly, as a development studies student, this is my job essentially is really going to be anchored to be on the CSR side of companies. And so, to work for your companies that are already continuing or starting to be really to be CSR oriented is something that really do appreciate, especially for the beneficiaries that you are able to give to. We have heard insights and comments. I was reading comments from our live participants appreciating your work when it comes to your CSR initiatives. And we really hope that you continue and serve as an example in this emergence of companies committing to be having a CSR. That said, this is our third open forum. You know the drill. To all our participants, to those who have questions, we will be opening our floors to an open forum. To our delegates here at Zoom, please feel free to, of course, send your questions in the Zoom chat box or through our assigned facilitators. Our delegates in Facebook Live, of course, are just free to just comment in the comment section, and we'll make sure to take note of your questions. Now we will be inviting all of our panelists that are still here to answer your questions. This is our last open forum, and let's maximize and utilize our time wisely. All right. There are more than 20 questions already in place. It's hard to choose one, but I guess we have our first question in store. For our first question, do you believe that the pandemic is a disruption to the implementation of CSR? Why or why not? Mr. Abe, would you love to begin?
All right, sure. Okay, so the way that I see, or at least us in the venture capital scene, the pandemic did not necessarily create new trends, but it simply accelerated all that were already impending. Digital transformation, improvement of labor policies, what else? Maybe like emphasis of like government, maybe the improvement of government regulation or the way that government adapts into a newer environment. All of these were trends that were already present 20, 30 years ago, but were only accelerated through the course of the pandemic. So when it comes to disrupting CSR efforts, I think it's a matter of simply also accelerating on what would be still relevant right now. Because there are some that we see that still do CSR activities that might be applicable 20, 30 years ago. But now, given the pandemic, it just comes to show that there are some CSR practices that just has to go. And those that would come to stay, those that are truly relevant, are the ones that would really be more relevant, or more, it would make more sense to apply these future looking CSR or more sustainable CSR practices. So that's the way I see it. It did not necessarily disrupt, it simply accelerated those that are truly relevant, and that those that are would have long lasting impact for the future of our society.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Abe. Now, who would like to add on to that and answer the question? Ms. Nakor, would you love to answer?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you so much.
I agree with Abe. Definitely, I don't think it disrupted it. But it also depends on which industry you're in, because some companies, they might be relying on, overseas supply chains, for example. And because of COVID, there might be some challenges there. So I think it didn't necessarily disrupt it, but it may have provided some challenges for some industries.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Nakor. Now we have a question to Ms. Eliza. Someone has asked, as a woman, how can we prepare for the growing industries in Southeast Asia? What would be our threats and how can we compare for it?
Wow, that's a very Miss Universe type of question. I think it's an International Women's Month. But yeah, I'd love to answer that question. I think as a woman, if you're a woman and you're preparing for a career, especially if you're working for a corporate job or any startup like that, and this is the reality of things, excuse me, gentlemen, you will be faced with a lot of discrimination in so many ways. Right now, we still have salary gaps between men and women. Our salary might be much lower than that of men. Our opportunities are much lesser. And so how do you prepare for that? Will be to acknowledge that reality, that the fight is still not over. There's still a lot of changing of mindsets to happen. There will still be a lot of amazing efforts, perhaps painful efforts on our side to push for our rights. But you need to offer something that is different. 95% of who you're competing with in your current job or in your career, 99% of them are doing the same thing. So you have to marvel on what can you offer differently, and what can you offer that is different from your colleagues or from the other gender, because most of the time there will be biases when you enter your career. The second tip would be tough. I know you guys are raised by tough parents, but when you go into a corporate world, it will be way tougher. People will challenge your ideas. People will have different stereotypes and notions about who you are, where you came from. Put that gender stereotype on the gutter and just do your best. The third one is work really hard. I know most people would argue, oh, why don't we just work smart? You need to show how things get done on a woman's perspective. And most of the time, if you don't get it your way, even if you're so smart, you have to show them how work you are. You should be the hardest worker in the room. And that has always been my philosophy, even up to this point.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Garma, for answering that question. Celestial loved your answer. But, we actually got an insight from, we had a follow-up question. Yes, Mr. Landicho, actually, there were some delegates that wanted you to answer our first question. Yes, feel free.
Yeah, I can say that the topic or the agenda of diversity and inclusion, as I mentioned earlier, is a journey, and many companies are already quite well advanced as far as that journey is concerned. So just to demonstrate, in Deloitte, for example, we take this very seriously, and we watch our numbers very carefully. We have over 350,000 professionals worldwide, and our female to male ratio globally, it's 45 to 55. Obviously, there's still some work that we need to do. At Asia Pacific, it is 48 to 52, so it's a lot better. in the Philippines, men are outnumbered 61 to 39 by women. So by all means, you are welcome to join Deloitte Philippines. And I'm proud to say that 42% of our partners are women, and 2 of our 4 business units are led by women. So people empowerment is very strong here at Deloitte Philippines. And we have set goals for all our geographies actually to develop a consistent intervention spanning the entire career life cycle from recruitment, promotion, succession processes to mentoring, sponsorship. You know, every year when we do our salary evaluation, we take note of the gender pay gap, where we consciously take a look at that and we do the necessary adjustment. Because annually we are also being reviewed by Deloitte as far as gender pay equity is concerned. So I'm sure many other organizations are doing like that. So for organizations like us, men, women is a non-issue. There's no more discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Attorney Landicho. Truly, Deloitte is a great example of what companies should be. So, does anyone want to answer or actually contribute to our question on how women can prepare for growing industries in Southeast Asia when it comes to quality? Does anyone in our panel want to add, or should we proceed to our next question? Going once, going twice, none? All right. Thank you so much again, Ms. Eliza, and for Attorney Landicho for giving us that insight. Speaking of which, no, Attorney Landicho, there was a lot who actually wanted to ask Deloitte on the first question on, do you really think that the pandemic is disruption of your implementations in CSRs? So would you want to give your insights on that one?
Yeah, so in the past, there are so many things that we do in the CSR front. There are orphanages that we normally visit on a regular basis. There are grade 4 pupils whom we would tour to the Mind Museum on an annual basis. We would send hundreds of our people to the Marikina watershed to plant seedlings. So obviously, all those things we were not able to do during this pandemic. But as I have shared earlier, across the region, in all our Deloitte offices, in the same way that we have made sure that our service offerings to our clients are fit for purpose, we also repurpose some of our CSR activities. So we saw during the lockdowns that virtual learning has become a necessity, and that's where we responded the most. We made sure that we are able to contribute to that effort of providing tools and gadgets to young students so that they can attend virtual learning. And we have done that and basically across all geographies in Southeast Asia, especially here in the Philippines. So while the pandemic has imposed some limitations in some of our usual traditional CSR activities, it has also inspired us to be more creative. Just like when we thought of creating the video learning modules, now we are able to reach many more individuals and provide them with those learning modules. So the answer to that question is no. It has not deterred us in pursuing our goal as far as our CSR project is concerned.
Thank you so much, Attorney Landicho. All right, now let's go on to our last question. Again, thank you so much to everyone that has asked their question. We'll leave it here. Again, your questions will be, we'll make sure we all actually have your questions and we'll make sure to answer them. So for our last question, anyone can take the floor on this. How has CSR progressed during this pandemic? Is there a way to determine how socially responsible a company is? Anyone may answer. Again, how has CSR progressed during this pandemic? Is there a way to determine how socially responsible a company is?
I'll take the first step there, Myro. So I guess just a continuation of what I was saying earlier. Just like many others, most of our CSR activities, aside from donating tablets to public universities. We have shifted most of our CSR activities on a digital platform also, like the virtual learning module learning session that we have with the Baseco ALS learners, and the visual learning modules that I was talking about earlier. So we just shifted to the digital platform, but we continue to do. Well, very recently, we also participated in the Extras Challenge. This is a contest among several companies on the number of paper waste that we can submit to one of these trash collector company. No? But yeah, I think most of our CSR activities, we just have to shift to the digital platform. But because our CSR activities is, while it's called CSR, it's actually employee driven. And we have a committee within the firm composed of our people who determine, who decides what to do, where to do, when to do. So, and the management is just happy to support as long as it is aligned with the company's goals and vision. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Landicho. Would anyone want to add? All right. I guess that would be the conclusion of our open forum. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists for answering our audience's questions. Thank you so much again to our panelists. Such wonderful answers. And I hope our delegate, for sure, I won't hope, I'm for sure that our delegates have learned so much from all of you. Right, Leon?
Yeah, and I hope, you know, for our delegates, this has been proven to be an insightful and helpful discussion. And, you know, it has been me and Maris's pleasure serving as your moderators for this panel. And again, as we're about to end and close this third session, this has been me, Leonard Satandi.
And this has been my Responon, and we hope you stay with us until our next panel. See you. Thank you so much again to our amazing speakers, to our delegates that are still here. Thank you so much. And with that said, I leave the floor to our host once again.
All right. Thank you so much, Myris and Leon, for moderating the panel discussions so well. And thank you so much to our speakers here for such valuable discussions. So I'm sure I can speak on behalf of my co-hosts and the delegates here on Zoom and on Facebook Live that we have learned so much in a span of 3 hours. So from the changing trends in industries, as mentioned earlier, digital is the new future, to the importance of diversity, not just limited to cross-cultural exchanges, but in the ways we provide employees a safe environment, you know, in the ways that we include employees in conversations and meetings and activities to ensure that they feel seen and heard. And of course, the topic that we just discussed just now, corporate social responsibility, not just to catapult brand image, but of course for corporations to give back to society. So now more than ever is there a need to look back into these topics and how they are integral to moving forward, not just in our own countries, but for ASEAN in the foreseeable future. So at this point in time, may we invite all the speakers in our panel to share their parting words. So any speaker may go first. Right.
Okay, so maybe I can volunteer. Yeah. So I guess based on our recent survey, the graph that I showed earlier, global executives rank flexibility and adaptability as a top one workforce trait that is most critical to their organizations. So it is no doubt fueled by this global pandemic, which is constantly redefining what is normal. No? But even post-pandemic, we believe that flexibility and adaptability will remain as top workforce trait, given that innovation is deeply ingrained in most organizations. The top two workforce traits that executives are looking for is technology savvy. It's good for you that you belong to the generation of the digital natives, but even so, you need to keep track of what is trending in the tech world if you find yourselves in the technology sector. So also alignment of personal values with that of the organizations came in third. No, so this is also important, especially for your generation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Attorney Landicho. How about Ms. Lacor?
For me, I think, with COVID, I hope that this pandemic hasn't demotivated a lot of you guys. I know it's tough, being away from family, not being able to do everything that we want. But the good thing is we have a bright future, right? Wherever you are, use this time wisely. Upskill, learn something new, keep connecting with your family and friends, and hopefully we can all get out of it soon.
All right, thank you so much. How about our speaker, Mr. Aaron, Mr. Abe, or
Hey, all right.
Ms. Karma?
I just wanted to be polite. So, right, I know we're living in really interesting times. We have an ongoing crisis, but the Chinese have a say. There's something interesting, like the Chinese character for crisis is the same as opportunity. It really depends on how you look at it. And right now, the pandemic, yeah, it's bad, but sometimes in any situation, there's always ways to find opportunity there and find something new to help you grow. Whether it's if you're interested in adding skills, joining a different industry, finding your dream job, I think really right now is the best time to do it is right now. And hopefully, if you're interested in learning, getting some tech skills or other things, then hey, hit us up.
All right, thank you so much. How about our last two speakers here, Sir Abe or Miss Garma?
Yep, nothing much. I hope you guys are enjoying this wonderful session. I'm very lucky that you guys have a very good organization which organizes this amazing stuff. I know it's hard to actually organize this thing, so kudos on you guys. But I hope that you take everything else that we've shared. I hope that they've helped you on how you prepare your careers. It's going to be a tough jungle right here, but we're waiting for you. So please prepare yourself and brace yourselves for an amazing journey ahead. That's all. Thank you.
All right. So I guess I'm last. So yeah, I guess share to everyone. I think a lot of you might think that this is a time that a lot of things were quite different than anyone that came before you. But I'd like everyone to at least look at it at a different perspective. That this is you might be the only generation in our lifetime that will have an unprecedented opportunity to find time to know more about yourself, know more about where your goals and alignments are, and where and what skills you could possibly have or build into, and what opportunities will be made available for you. I think on my side, we've always been working with the most passionate, with the most driven individuals. So if ever you'd like and be very much interested in the tech startup scene, we're opening our doors for anyone here. And we'd be glad to, I'm not sure if our contact details would be provided for you by this event, but then feel free to reach out to me and be more than happy to see on where you would fit in our organization and our efforts.
Thank you for those parting words. It is really important that we should be able to stay safe and persevere with what is going on. But most importantly, do not forget to continue to do what we love and spread positivity so we can get through this pandemic together. May we now call our project directors, Ms. Frankiti Romjin Miller and Lance Maui Chua, to award our esteemed speakers today.
Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Attorney Frederick Landicho, CPA, in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of the Corporate Panel Forum for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 10th of September 2021 at the La Salle University, Manila, signed by Sir Alan Sorla, DLS Mooncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Ortega, DLS Mooncom President, Ms. Romjan Miller, Project Director, and Mr. Lance Chua, Project Director.
All right, Attorney Landico, please smile for a quick picture taking in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now may we have the project directors to join Attorney Landico. Okay. Okay. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Team heads for speaker relations, please turn on your camera as well and take a picture with Attorney Eric.
Okay. Okay, please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Okay, now we move on to the next certificate. Okay, so the certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Ms. Beatrice Nacor in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of the corporate panel forum. Sorry, that's a typo. Of the corporate panel forum for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 10th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Serla, DLS Mooncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Arcega, DLS Mooncom President, Ms. Romjan Miller, my co-project director, and Mr. Lance Chua, project director.
Okay, Ms. Beatrice Nacor, please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now may we have the project directors to have a quick picture taken with this Ms. Beatrice. Okay. Okay. Now please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. May we have the speaker relations team? Sorry. Okay. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Certificate of Appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Paul Abraham or Abe Lozada in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of the corporate panel forum for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 10th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Sorla, DLS Mooncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Arcega, DLS Mooncom President, Ms. Romjan Miller, Project Director, and Mr. Lance Chua, Co-Project Director.
Okay, Mr. Lozada, please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now may we have the project directors? Okay. Okay. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now for the speaker relations team. Okay. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, hello.
Okay, so hello po. So the certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Aaron Timothy Sitosta in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of corporate panel forum for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 10th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Sorla, DLS Mooncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Arcega, DLS Mooncom President, Ms. Romjan Miller, Project Director, and Mr. Lance Chua, Project Director.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, Mr. Sitosta. Please smile in 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Now may we have the project directors, please?
Hey, guys.
Okay. Please
Hello.
smile in 3, 2, 1.
I like your suit.
you.
It's red.
Okay. Now may we have the speaker relations team? Okay. Please smile. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Certificate of
Thank you.
Appreciation is hereby awarded to Mr. Kevin Añego in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker for the Corporate Panel Forum for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 10th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Serla, DLS Muncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Orcega, DLS Muncom President, Ms. Ramjan Miller, Project Director, Mr. Lance Chua, Project Director. All right, unfortunately, Mr. Añego is no longer with us at this point. Maybe we can now proceed.
Okay, so for the last certificate, we also have the Certificate of Appreciation. It's awarded to Mr. Victor Osman in grateful acknowledgement of their competence and expertise rendered as a speaker of Corporate Panel Forum for the FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021, awarded on the 10th of September 2021 at De La Salle University, Manila. Signed by Mr. Alan Serlat, DLS Muncom Advisor, Ms. Erica Arceca, DLS Muncom President, Ms. Ramjan Miller, Project Director, and Mr. Lance Chua, Project Director. And it seems like Mr. Osman has also left the panel forum. So we can now proceed with the group picture taking. So delegates, please, you can now open your
Insightful discussion.
Truly, Noel, today's discussion taught me a great deal. I learned how evaluating in-demand occupations in the fastest-growing industry aids in offering the best customer experience. While diversity is important in the development of innovative company ideas, finally, integrating CSR will aid improving companies' image as well as productivity. The topics today, I'm confident, were able to educate the delegates with the wisdom of our guest speakers, which they may use to aid the community stakeholders, particularly the next generation. To end our corporate panel, may we ask Ms. Isabella Tohon to lead us all in prayer.
Let us remember that we are the presence of our divine maker. Dear God, you have once again blessed us with a chance to connect with our brothers and sisters from all over the world. More than that, we thank you for the new learnings that were imparted onto us by the speakers. Thank you for allowing them to be here and share their knowledge and experience. As we prepare for the last part of our summit later, we ask for further guidance. May our event and everyone here be instruments of your grace. Amen. Our Lusayan prayer. I will continue, O my God, to do all my actions for the love of you. Saint John Baptist de La Salle, pray for us. In our hearts, forever. Amen.
All right. Thank you so much, Bella. But before we let you all go, we would like to give everyone some reminders for our next panel later tonight, the Global Affairs panel. So please sign the exit form, which you may find on the links on the screen right in front of you. And once you complete this, you will be able to secure your delegate certificates. So thank you again, everyone. This has been your host, Noel.
And Andrew, thank you.
And see you all later.
FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 features Workforce Singapore. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would like to thank the following sponsors. Our co-presenter, Deloitte. Make an impact that matters. Super Cheeto. And DevCurate. Our major sponsors. Launch Garage Innovation Hub. Startup acceleration by founders for founders. Philippine Digital Asset Exchange Incorporated. Garma Farm Incorporated, keeping it natural. CodeGo. Ahead Learning Systems Incorporated. Thrive Project, measuring what matters most. Global Millennial Group, be borderless. And Dream Action, integrated AI-powered human capital solutions for predictive self-assessments and recruitment solutions. Our diamond sponsor, Workbank. Let's invest in you. Our platinum sponsors, Caronia. And Morning Clothing. Our emerald sponsor, Gardenia. Zalora Philippines. And Salties, your printing partner since 2011. This event is also powered by Keen Studios. And brought to you by Wicked Candles. We would also like to thank our media sponsors, Business World's Sparko, U.ph, Tech Kuya, and Astig.ph. FORSEA ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 would also not be possible with our partners. Our Ruby partner, European Studies Association. Our gold partners, CPU College of Arts and Science Provincial Council, Qualified.ph, Filipinos Career Accelerator, Sanbeta Junior Marketing Association. Bida Juan PH, UNSW ASEAN Society, Transcend, Inglicom, Lasallian Youth Orchestra, Management of Financial Institutions Association, Student Catholic Action, DLSU, Online SDG Youth Action Forum, DLSU Corral, Humanitarian Legal Assistance Foundation, and DLSU Office of Career and Counseling Services. Our silver partners, Bicol University Order of the Blue Feather Society, Model United Nations UPD Liman, Bicol University United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization Club, Kilos Co Youth, Ateneo Project for Asian and International Relations, and Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers de La Salle University, Dasmariñas Student Chapter. Our bronze partners, DLSU IS History Club, UST Industrial Engineering Circle, Animo Model United Nation, De La Salle University, Dasmariñas College of Engineering, Architecture and Technology Student Government, and FAST 2020. UPLB College of Arts and Science Student Council, UP Business Management Society, De La Salle University Dasmariñas College of Liberal Arts and Communication Student Government, University of Asia and Pacific Local, UPLB College of Arts and Science Freshman Council, Paglicab Project, the Ateneo Assembly, Charisma Movement, Polytechnic University of the Philippines International Studies Executive Consortium, Kabataang Voluntario, and Physics Society Adamson University.
Global Millennial Group hadir untuk membantu kalian. Membantu kalian yang merasa bahwa sekolah, kuliah, pendidikan formal nggak pernah cukup bagi kalian. Kami menyediakan platform-platform di mana kalian bisa bertemu dengan orang-orang yang sama, konferensi, summit, competition, kelas-kelas soft skill, dan lain sebagainya. We are a one-stop soft development solution. Contohnya Global Millennial MUN. Di sana kalian bisa belajar negosiasi, diplomasi, bertemu dari seluruh penjuru dunia. Wonder Voices, kalau kalian ingin fokus untuk memperkuat public speaking kalian. Indonesian SDG Summit, ketika kalian diminta untuk melihat dunia lebih dalam bahwa kita sedang tidak baik-baik saja dan memberikan solusi kalian. Atau di Global Indonesia, ketika kalian ingin menggebrak batas diri kalian dan menjadi pemuda yang go internasional.
I'm Arshia Kalicha and I have been a student of Wonder Voice Speech School.
Hi, this is Maika Arora.
Hello everyone, my name is Jocelyn and I participated in the GMMUN.
I'm Nika Villanueva, a country ambassador of Global Millennial Group for the Philippines.
Hi everyone, my name is Nidafar. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Tajikistan.
I'm not gonna lie to you, my experience at Wonder Voice has been one of the best experiences of my life.
I found some really great connections here. I got the chance to lead a global team and conduct events internationally.
And from that previous conference I joined, I gained so many friends. They were all funny and nice, and it also helps my public speaking skills.
It is a journey combined of challenges and experiences that will make you put a check off your bucket list.
During my internship, I gained a lot of valuable skills and experience. It was my greatest pleasure to work with high-motivated Indonesian youth with diverse background and mindset.
Masih banyak lagi yang bisa kalian tutup. Solusinya sudah ada. Sekarang, pertanyaannya adalah diri kalian. Kalian tidak perlu untuk menunggu menjadi orang paling pintar, paling cerdas, paling hebat. Tidak. Zig Ziglar, seorang penulis Amerika, pernah berkata, "You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great." Kalianlah yang harus mulai and make yourself borderless.
This is the story of Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make a big decision, choosing a major. But which one? Should she be a graphic designer? An accountant? You know what? She decides to find out for sure what she really loves doing. Right, here we go. So, from her personality and interests, her dream job is to be a developer. Ah, that's right. That's where her passion really is. Now it's clear what she should study: computer science. So, she sends her uni application, confident in her choice. This is Dea. In a few months, she'll graduate and make another big decision. Her first job ever. But where? All right, let's find out which company is right for her. Okay, let's see. So, from her personality and working style, it's a match. This company is a perfect fit for her adventurous personality. Her psych profile is also fit for a developer, so she knows it's the right one for her. This is the story of Dea and her dream job, doing what she loves. Discover the right career for you with Dream Talent. Go to dreamtalent.id and discover your dream career.
Whether you're off to work, on the road, or out under the sun. Always have the confidence to be what you want. Play, work out, have fun. Because there's always a Caronia color to match every Filipino woman. So keep it fresh, keep it vibrant, keep it colorful. Celebrating 50 colorful years with Caronia.
Sustainability is important. We know that we need to be more sustainable socially, economically, and environmentally in order to create a thrivable future. But how do we know that we're doing a good job? What if we could measure sustainability?
At Thrive, we measure what matters most.
Meet Morris Fideli. He's the project lead for the non-profit organisation, the Thrive Project, and he's developed a software that can help measure sustainability.
The Thrive Project is a platform, or indeed a tool, for measuring the sustainability performance of organisations, the cities, or the whole of society.
This tool can be used by anyone. I'm talking us consumers to big government agencies.
Thrive is a practical tool. It's an online tool where you can actually, in quantitative terms, in what we call metrics, actually measure performance. So could be at a company level, it could be at a city, or indeed a country level. So measuring in actual numbers what's going on, as opposed to just relative terms. No one person, community, city or country is sustainable in an unsustainable world.
So what sort of sustainability can Thrive measure?
Everything, actually. We can look at things like social issues like gender equality, fair pay policy, child labour, these sort of type of issues. From the environmental side of it, things like pollution, energy use, toxicity of, for example, the waterways, and so forth, as well as the economic factors that we typically do measure.
The Thrive Project can help us change our actions to be more sustainable, and it's more important than ever right now to be sustainable.
To be sustainable, because otherwise we'll become extinct. Very simple terms. That's it. We already have a situation where more than 100 species of animals become extinct every day. It's not necessarily common knowledge because they're not, there's millions of species. but we're on that path at the moment to become extinct if we don't actually change our ways.
It's time for us all, individually and collectively, locally and globally, to own up to our impacts on planet Earth and make changes for the better.
De La Salle University, through the De La Salle Model United Nations Community, presents FORSEA, ASEAN Youth Career Summit 2021 organized by De La Salle University's first International Central Committee. In partnership with Southeast Asia Global Affairs Network, co-hosted by ASEAN Youth Advocates Network.